Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei Becomes Ultimate Dragon. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In the depths of the abyss, Issei found himself plummeting through an endless tunnel of darkness. Confusion enveloped him as he recalled the strange dreams that had plagued him for days. Unlike his usual fantasies of grandeur and romance, this felt more like a haunting memory or a foreboding vision. The sensation of falling into an abyss was foreign to him, and as he looked up, he realized he had no idea how far he had descended. Surrounded by an all-consuming void, Issei experienced a profound sense of isolation. The only sensations he could perceive were the chilling water, the oppressive darkness, the suffocating silence, and the overwhelming emptiness. He loathed the feeling that enveloped him, wishing desperately for a response from the darkness that surrounded him. Yet, deep down, he knew that calling out would yield no answers, and he was merely wasting time in this seemingly endless fall. With no other option, he closed his eyes, hoping that he would eventually land somewhere. Suddenly, a massive shadow swept over him, jolting him awake. Panic surged through him as he scanned the darkness, searching for the source of the disturbance. His heart raced as dread washed over him, transforming his calm descent into a scene straight out of a horror film. The name of Draig, the Welsh dragon of domination, echoed in his mind. This powerful being was sealed within him, a part of his sacred gear. Sacred gears were divine artifacts bestowed upon humans, and Draig was one of the most formidable among them. Issei had only a vague understanding of these powers, but he sensed that something significant was lurking nearby. As he continued to search the void, a low, menacing growl reverberated from above. Fear gripped him as he looked up, and what he saw filled him with terror. The creature descending toward him was a grotesque abomination, a nightmare made flesh. It was a monster that thrived on the suffering of others, and Issei realized that this was no mere dream or vision, it was a true nightmare. As the creature approached, its jaws and claws opened wide, Issei felt paralyzed, unable to move. He thought of his goals, of saving the president from Riser Phoenix and becoming the HRM king. He couldn't allow this to be the end. The monster drew closer, its claws poised to strike, and just as it was about to make contact, the sound of an alarm clock shattered the silence. Issei jolted awake, drenched in sweat and breathing heavily. The shrill beeping of his alarm clock filled the room, and he quickly silenced it, not wanting to disturb anyone else. Yet, the vividness of his nightmare lingered, leaving him shaken. The horror of the creature haunted him, and he wished he could erase its image from his mind. As he gathered his thoughts, a familiar voice broke through his reverie, asking if he was all right. Issei jumped, searching his room for the source of the voice, which sounded alarmingly close. The voice continued, commenting on the depth of his fright. He recognized it as Draig, the dragon sealed within his sacred gear, the boosted gear. The dragon's presence was both comforting and infuriating, as it had interrupted his dream once again. Issei acknowledged Draig, realizing that he had finally learned the dragon's name. The voice teased him about how he had come to know it, but Issei was determined not to fall for the dragon's playful traps. He was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, even if they were as terrifying as the nightmare he had just escaped. The Welsh dragon sensed that he needed to provoke the brown-haired boy, yet he had more pressing concerns at the moment. Issei had been restless, and the dragon had awakened when he noticed a change in his partner's condition. The boy's heart had begun to race, and initially, the dragon dismissed it as just another of Issei's meaningless dreams. However, when he felt Issei trembling in fear, he realized something significant had occurred within that dream. Issei scratched the back of his head, uncertain about sharing the details of his experience. He himself struggled to categorize what he had gone through. Was it merely a dream, a memory, a nightmare, or perhaps a vision? The ambiguity troubled him, and he doubted that Draig, with his vast supernatural knowledge, could provide any clarity. For now, he decided to feign normalcy. Despite his efforts to downplay the situation, Draig saw through Issei's facade. Their bond allowed the dragon to perceive Issei's memories and discern when he was being dishonest. The dragon pressed for the truth, urging Issei to reveal what had transpired during his unsettling dream. Issei sighed, realizing that his attempt to keep secrets had failed. The dragon's ability to delve into his memories was frustrating, and he felt a lack of privacy that was becoming increasingly irksome. He hesitated before admitting that he did not consider it a dream. Drake, puzzled by this revelation, sought further clarification. Issei struggled to articulate his feelings, admitting that he was unsure of what the experience truly was. The dragon's confusion deepened when he attempted to access the memory, only to find it shrouded in impenetrable darkness. This was unprecedented. Drake had never encountered a memory he could not access during his time with various hosts. Something or someone had caused this anomaly, and it left him concerned for Issei. The boy's fear was palpable, and he was reluctant to recall the monstrous figure he had seen. The mere thought of it made him feel nauseous, yet he knew Drake would not relent until he divulged the details. Perhaps the dragon could offer insight, given his extensive experience with the supernatural. Issei described the creature as a monster, emphasizing that it was not a childish nightmare. The fear he felt was all too real. Drake listened intently, recognizing the seriousness in Issei's tone. Despite his usual preoccupations with more trivial matters, he felt a genuine concern for this particular host, which was unusual for him. Drake requested a description of the monster, hoping to identify it. Issei explained that he had only seen glimpses of the creature, noting 2 pairs of wings, a long tail, and a horn on its head. Drake contemplated this description, initially considering the possibility that it was another dragon. However, upon further reflection, he realized that the details did not match any known dragon species. The possibility of a new dragon species seemed unlikely, given the recent events surrounding him and his arch-rival. This mystery perplexed Drake, who had encountered countless supernatural beings throughout his existence. He admitted to Issei that he could not decipher the nature of the creature. Issei felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had hoped Drake would provide clarity, but it seemed they were both in the dark. Issei pondered the implications of his experience, especially as he prepared to train for the upcoming raiding games with his friends. He considered whether Riser, a member of a noble demon family known for their phoenix-like abilities, could be involved. Yet, he also questioned if it was merely a figment of his imagination, convincing himself that perhaps he was overreacting and that there was nothing to worry about. Issei woke up early in the morning, determined to get some training in before heading to the training area mentioned by the Gremry girl. He was surprised by his own motivation, as it was not typical for him to rise so early. His partner, Drake, expressed curiosity about this change in Issei's behavior, but Issei reassured him that he was indeed serious about his training. Reflecting on a recent battle against one of Riser's peerage members, Issei felt a deep sense of inadequacy. He had been defeated in mere seconds, realizing just how weak he was in comparison. The thought of freeing the president from a forced marriage fueled his determination to grow stronger. He clenched his fist, vowing that he would no longer be weak. After getting dressed, Issei quietly left his room, careful not to disturb his parents or Asia, who were still asleep. Once outside, he took a deep breath, noticing the chilly air and the mist of his breath in the cool morning. He observed that the sun had not yet fully risen and, with a playful shake of his head, he jogged down the streets of Kuo, a small town nestled in a peaceful valley near Tokyo. Kuo was not a tourist hotspot, but it had its charm, with a town square surrounded by restaurants and shops, a clock tower at its center, and parks filled with trees and ponds. There was a playground for children, a gaming center for socializing, and even a small aquarium that housed various marine life. The town's simplicity meant Issei never had to worry about getting lost, as it was a safe place where incidents were rare. As he jogged, Issei heard a noise that piqued his curiosity. Wondering if it was a stray cat rummaging through trash, he decided to investigate, knowing he had time before the sun fully rose. Following the sound to an alleyway, he felt a mix of horror and unease. Peering into the shadows, his eyes widened as he recognized Kenneo, a petite girl with white hair and gold eyes, being pinned against the wall by a man who looked unpleasant. Issei's heart raced as he realized the situation. Kenneo would never willingly associate with someone like that, especially given her disdain for perverts. Despite their occasional clashes, Issei considered her a friend and felt a strong urge to help her. The man's intentions were clear, and Issei could not ignore the awful smell emanating from him. With Draig's encouragement echoing in his mind, Issei felt a surge of determination. He was ready to confront the man and protect Kenneo. The situation escalated as the man made inappropriate comments and attempted to force himself on her. Kenneo struggled, aware of her own strength but hesitant to use it for fear of the consequences. Meanwhile, at the Hayadu residence, Miki Hayadu, a young-looking middle-aged woman, moved through the house. Her hair and eyes resembled those of her husband and son, Issei. As a stay-at-home mother, she managed the household while her husband, Goru, worked outside. The home itself was unremarkable but well-constructed, a testament to the family's good taste. As Issei prepared to intervene, the stakes were high, and he knew he had to act quickly to save Kenneo from the man's grasp. The last few days had been unusually quiet for Miki. With fewer chores to manage, she found herself wondering about the reason behind this change. Perhaps it was due to Asia, the sweet blonde girl they had adopted, who had been a tremendous help around the house. Miki was certain that her son, Issei, was not contributing at all. As she made her way toward Issei's bedroom, Miki felt a familiar sense of concern. It was early morning, around 5 or 6, and she wanted to check on him to ensure he was not up to anything he shouldn't be. Knowing her son well, she suspected he was likely awake by now, possibly engaged in some mischievous activity. Arriving at his door, Miki turned the cold doorknob and opened it, poking her head inside. The sight that greeted her was typical: comics and various items scattered across the floor. However, to her surprise, Issei was not in his bed. Miki's brow furrowed in confusion as she wondered where he could be at such an early hour. It was unlike him to wake up early for school. The only place that came to her mind was the school itself, and for the first time, she felt genuinely shocked by Issei's actions. This was a boy who had always claimed that "melons shall give me my strength," a phrase he had picked up from his father. Miki recalled how Issei had become the perverted teenage boy he was, a transformation that had begun when her husband, Goru, accidentally left a comic lying around during Issei's childhood. From that moment, her innocent little boy had been exposed to a world that would change him forever. At Ko Academy, named after the small town it was located in, the atmosphere was buzzing with students. Originally an all-girls school, it had transitioned to a co-ed institution with various divisions, including primary, high school, and college. The third-year students were often referred to as senpai by the younger students, a sign of respect for their experience. As Issei Hayadu walked through the gates with Kenneo, a white-haired girl, he reflected on how he had gone from early morning exercise to school in such a short time. Unlike what others believed, Issei was quite intelligent and had planned ahead, bringing his school uniform to change into quickly. Kenneo had accompanied him, feeling indebted to him for saving her from a dangerous situation. However, she was apprehensive about being seen with him. Many girls at the school despised Issei for his reputation as a pervert, and being seen with him could only worsen his standing. As they walked together, other students began to notice them, and soon, Issei found himself the target of glares and whispers. Boys expressed their frustration, lamenting how Issei seemed to attract the attention of girls like Rius, Aino, Asia, and now Kenneo. The girls were equally vocal, accusing him of manipulating Kenneo and wishing ill upon him. Issei felt a slight flinch at the harsh words, as they reminded him of painful memories from a past he wished to forget. He recalled the night he had lost his life at the hands of his former girlfriend, Yuma, who had turned out to be a fallen angel sent to kill him. The pain of that moment was etched in his mind, a memory he could not escape. Despite the negativity surrounding him, Issei had grown accustomed to the disdain of his peers. Initially, it had bothered him, but over time, he learned to ignore their harsh words and stares. Kenneo nudged him gently, concerned for his well-being. When she asked if he was okay, he assured her that he was fine, brushing off her worries about the other students. He chuckled lightly, reminding her of the time she had physically bested him and his friends during a sports class. Kenneo understood his humor, and for a moment, the tension of the morning faded as they continued their walk to school together, navigating the complexities of their lives and the challenges that lay ahead. Due to her enhanced senses, Kenneo detected the presence of Issei and his two friends, exposing their hiding spot in a locker. It was a poor decision on their part, as they had no way of escaping Kenneo's wrath. In her frustration, she nearly punched Issei hard enough to cause serious injury. However, she felt justified in her anger, considering they had been peeping on girls while they changed. Kenneo was surprised they had not been expelled yet. Issei acknowledged that Kenneo was right about the punishment they deserved, but he wondered if it had to be so severe. He was not surprised that Kenneo, who had a strong disdain for perverts, was the one to confront them. As they stood there, a familiar voice caught their attention. Sona Citri, the student council president, approached them. She was an appealing young woman with a slim figure, black hair styled in a short bob, and violet eyes. Sona was respected by both Issei and Kenneo for her dedication to her duties, which included representing students' interests and organizing school activities. Sona greeted them, explaining that she was there to ensure students were not engaging in harmful behavior. Issei felt that her concern was particularly directed at him, which prompted a raised eyebrow from Sona. Kenneo then pulled out an unexpectedly long list from her pocket, surprising both Issei and Sona. Sona was curious about how Kenneo managed to fit such a long list into her small pocket, but Kenneo simply advised her not to ask. Despite the oddities of the day, Sona was accustomed to strange occurrences, given her involvement in the supernatural. She had a lot on her mind, especially with the upcoming training for Issei and Kenneo, who needed to prepare to defeat Riser Phoenix and free Rius from her forced marriage. Sona recognized the challenges ahead but also needed assistance with a delivery to the principal's office. She turned to Kenneo, asking for her help. Kenneo was willing to assist, curious about what Sona needed. As the scene shifted, it became clear that 10 long days had passed since Issei had gone missing. His absence was felt deeply in Kuro, with mixed reactions from the community. Some were worried about his safety, while others were indifferent, particularly the girls at Kuro Academy, who had previously been the targets of his peeping. The boys, however, were concerned about their friend, feeling a sense of camaraderie that had been disrupted. Issei's friends were particularly affected, struggling to cope with his disappearance. They had become withdrawn, neglecting their studies and the girls around them. Meanwhile, Issei's parents were heartbroken, blaming themselves for his absence and fearing they had failed as parents. Asia, a close friend, tried to comfort them, but even her support could not heal their emotional wounds. She missed Issei dearly, recalling how he had treated her with kindness. Kiba, another friend, also felt the loss deeply, lamenting the bond he had begun to form with Issei. Kenneo was perhaps the most troubled by Issei's disappearance, feeling a sense of unfinished business. She had wanted to thank him for saving her from a traumatic experience and was consumed by thoughts of what could have happened to him. Initially, she suspected the involvement of a stray devil or fallen angel, but that theory was dismissed when Rius informed her that there had been no recent sightings of such beings in Kuro. The arrival of Graphia, the maid of the Gremory household, had likely contributed to the unusual calm in the area. As the days passed, Kenneo remained determined to uncover the truth behind Issei's disappearance, refusing to accept that he was simply gone without a trace. She was far more powerful than Rius or anyone in her peerage, and her mere presence could send shivers down anyone's spine. Known throughout the underworld as the strongest queen, she had rightfully earned this title due to her command over ice, which could chill anyone to the bone. When Graphia learned of Issei's sudden disappearance, she was taken aback. She remembered how loyal he was to Rius and found it hard to believe he would betray her. Concerned, she informed her king, who was equally worried. Never before had the devil race gained such a powerful ally, and now Issei was gone. Rius herself was experiencing a whirlwind of emotions. On one hand, she felt upset that her sweet pawn had been taken from her. Issei belonged to her. He was her pawn, and someone had dared to take him away. On the other hand, she couldn't shake the feeling that Issei had left on purpose. Though she didn't want to accept this notion, it lingered in her mind. The crimson-haired devil girl had many questions swirling around, but she had more pressing matters to attend to. With the upcoming raiding game looming over her, Rius needed to devise a new strategy now that Issei was no longer there to assist them. She sat at her desk, trying to formulate a battle plan, but her thoughts kept drifting back to the possibility of Issei's betrayal. Frustration welled up inside her as she sighed in annoyance, questioning why he had left. Suddenly, there was a knock at her door. Startled, Rius looked up, wondering who it could be. She had told Kenneo and the other members of her peerage to rest, as the raiding game was that very night. She called for the visitor to enter. The door opened to reveal Sona Citri, her childhood best friend. Rius was surprised to see her still there, as Sona explained that the student council still had a lot of paperwork to complete, but she was confident her peerage could handle it. Rius couldn't help but giggle at the thought of Sona's past experiences with overwhelming paperwork. Sona's expression changed as she recalled a particularly daunting task they had faced together. The memory of a mountain of paperwork that had covered her entire desk made her groan. She wished to forget that moment, feeling as if her soul wanted to escape the burden of signing all those documents. Rius found amusement in Sona's discomfort, recalling how she had often been the one to endure hardships during their childhood, whether it was dealing with forced marriage or the rigorous training she had to undergo to master her magic, the power of destruction. Sona inquired if Rius was still working on a new battle strategy. Rius nodded, admitting that she hadn't planned on creating another one. Sona quickly deduced that Issei's absence was the reason for Rius's current predicament. Rius sighed, expressing her confusion about Issei's whereabouts. Sona reassured her that wherever he was likely fine. Rius, however, felt a surge of anger, thinking that she didn't care if he was all right, she needed his power. Meanwhile, Issei was engulfed in a storm of pain, agony, anger, rage, and hatred. These emotions tore at him from the inside, reminiscent of a wounded animal. Ignoring the latter three feelings, he was haunted by the pain he had felt during a date with his girlfriend, Yuma, who was actually Rainer, a fallen angel. The memory of that pain was vivid, as he recalled lying on the ground, blood pouring from his wounds. His mind raced, and he could feel the crimson liquid staining his hands. Trembling, he experienced shock as his chest burned, struggling to breathe. The agony was so intense that he wanted to scream, but he knew no one would hear him. Tears filled his eyes as he begged for his life, desperate to live. The response to his pleas was a chilling emptiness that replaced the burning sensation in his chest. He longed for another chance, wishing fervently for a second opportunity. When that wish was granted, he found himself regretting it. Betrayal, manipulation, and lies plagued his thoughts. How could he have been so foolish? Issei found himself reflecting on how he had fallen so low, consumed by a nature that had blinded him to the truth. He realized he had been used by someone driven by a hunger for power, a person who had revived him solely for his sacred gear. Deep down, he understood that she had known all along about the impending attack from the Fallen and had chosen to do nothing. Sona, his friend, would never have condoned such betrayal. Rius had not only deceived Issei but had also lied to Sona, someone who had been by her side for years. If Sona had been aware of the threat, she would have done everything in her power to protect Issei, ensuring he never faced death. Perhaps, if he had been informed, he could have returned to his old life. Now, Issei was trapped in a situation where he was forced to serve someone who showed no concern for him. He had believed that Rius could be the one for him, a thought that lingered in his heart. He hoped that by proving himself to her, he could earn her pride and perhaps even a date. He envisioned her as his one true girlfriend, but he also held onto his dream of becoming the HRM king. However, that dream now felt meaningless. What was the point of pursuing a HRM when betrayal could come from any of the girls? Issei questioned how his life had transformed from that of a typical high school student to a living nightmare. He felt lost, with nothing to live for. The thought of returning to his former self seemed impossible, and he dreaded being remembered solely as Rius Gremory's pawn piece. The weight of his despair pressed heavily upon him. He yearned for an end to his suffering, a release from the pain that had become his existence. He contemplated the finality of death as a means of escape from this relentless sea weasel of anguish. Yet, just as he began to succumb to this dark thought, a memory surfaced, a promise he had made to a certain white-haired devil girl he had once saved from danger. He recalled how he had assured Kenneo that he would always protect her, no matter the cost, even if it meant standing against the world. This promise anchored him, reminding him of the commitment he had made. Issei could not simply abandon that vow. It was not in his nature to break promises. He had always honored his word, whether it was to his parents or his friends. Determined to uphold his promise to Kenneo, he resolved to protect her at all costs. He felt a surge of power within him, a transformation that began to take shape. As he opened his eyes, they glimmered with a newfound intensity, hinting at a darker side awakening within him. A crimson glow enveloped Issei, a light that brought him no pain but rather seemed to invigorate him. It was a manifestation of his longing for change, a signal of his readiness to confront the challenges ahead. This light pulsed with a rhythm reminiscent of a heartbeat, a powerful presence that would not go unnoticed. Meanwhile, far away in Nepal, atop one of its towering mountains, sat a formidable being. A young girl with long black hair and gray eyes. Her appearance was striking yet concealed her true nature. Ophus, the Ouroboros dragon and infinite dragon god, possessed the power to obliterate life itself with a mere thought. Her form was just one of many she had adopted over the centuries, each one a reflection of her vast existence. As Ophus gazed into the distance, her mind was occupied with thoughts of vengeance against the entity that had taken her home, the dimensional gap, a chaotic void that had been her sanctuary. She was a being of immense power, and her resolve to reclaim what was lost burned brightly within her. In this moment, two destinies were on a collision course, each driven by their own desires and promises, setting the stage for a confrontation that would change everything. In the vast expanse of the dimensional gap, Ophus was not alone. Alongside the Ouroboros dragon, another being had been born into this void. The dimensional gap was a harsh environment where survival was impossible without magical or demonic power. Those lacking such protection would perish within moments, swallowed by the emptiness that surrounded them. Ophus, however, found solace in the profound silence of the gap. It was a tranquility that few could understand. One day, her senses heightened as she detected a powerful aura, something she had not felt in a long time. The last beings she had encountered with such a presence were God, Lucifer, and Baccarat. Yet this aura was distinct, evoking feelings within her that were unfamiliar. She pondered the nature of this aura, recognizing it belonged to a dragon, one she had never encountered before. Ophus had seen every dragon in existence, from hatchlings to fully grown adults, including the dragon kings and heavenly dragons. But this one was different, intriguing in a way she could not fully comprehend. Meanwhile, Issei was awakening from a transformative slumber. The top of the cocoon that had enveloped him was torn away, allowing him to bask in the warmth of the sun once more. His time in Kuo Park had led him through a metamorphosis that had altered him significantly, draining much of his partner's strength. Drake would remain dormant for a while, but Issei felt invigorated, ready to explore his newfound abilities. With a wicked grin, he felt a surge of energy coursing through him, eager to unleash it. The night was upon Kuo, cold and silent, as the townsfolk nestled in their warm beds, unaware of the figure prowling the streets. This being moved with an unsettling grace, their eyes glowing in the darkness. The sounds of cracking bones and low growls accompanied their every step, creating an atmosphere of unease. As the figure approached the Hayadu house, it was clear that this was Issei, transformed after 10 days of absence. The air was thick with tension as he reached his home, a place that had been shrouded in mystery during his disappearance. Speculations swirled among the supernatural community about his fate, whether he had been kidnapped, killed, or had chosen to abandon his former life. Issei, now changed, stood before the house that held his past, ready to embrace whatever awaited him in the shadows of the night. Issei stood at nearly 6 feet tall, with a muscular build that, while not overly bulky, was enough to draw attention. His sharp facial features added to his striking appearance. He found himself grumbling in annoyance as the moonlight streamed into his eyes, disrupting his peace. Bright lights were never his favorite, especially since he had to endure the morning sun shining directly on his face in his bedroom. Perhaps he should have chosen the spare room, but ultimately, it was his decision to take the one with the window. As he approached the window, he silently opened it with ease, a smirk forming on his face as he crawled inside and closed it behind him. The town of Kuo had its security flaws, making it relatively easy for someone with his abilities to slip in unnoticed. He recalled the adult hotel a few blocks away, which stood tall and was hard to miss. Looking around his bedroom, Issei noted that not much had changed during his absence, although it appeared cleaner than usual. This observation piqued his curiosity, as he suspected only his mother or Asia would have taken the time to tidy up. Speaking of Asia, he realized he could not sense her presence in the house, which was unusual. The only explanation was that she was in a place known as Hell, indicating that Rius and her peerage had failed to complete the raiding game while he was away. However, Issei was indifferent to the outcome of the game. His primary concern was Kaneko's well-being. He felt a strong urge to rescue her from Hell and bring her back home. Despite the challenges ahead, Issei felt confident in his abilities. He chuckled to himself, a sinister smile spreading across his face as his eyes glowed bright purple. He had work to do. Later, Issei, cloaked and determined, stood before the Phoenix household. The building matched his expectations, adorned with flames that reflected the arrogant personality of Riser, member of the Phoenix family. Issei dismissed any concerns about Riser, knowing he was all talk and no action. Before arriving, he had taken a shortcut and acquired something special that would aid him. As he approached the house, the scorching ground beneath him did not faze him. 2 guards stood at the entrance, tasked with greeting guests and deterring unwanted visitors. One guard noticed Issei and pointed a weapon at him, demanding to know his business. Issei ignored the warning and continued forward. The second guard reiterated the threat, insisting they would attack if he did not halt. Amused, Issei cracked his knuckles, ready to engage. He hoped for a challenge, but the guards appeared weak and he doubted they would pose any real threat. He decided to give them one last chance to back down, warning them to move or face dire consequences. The guards, however, stood firm, declaring their loyalty to the Phoenix family. Issei sighed in disappointment, realizing they were not going to relent. With a burst of speed, he charged at the guards. A powerful right hook sent one guard's head flying, blood splattering as the body crumpled to the ground. The second guard, paralyzed by fear, could hardly comprehend the speed and strength displayed before him. Issei's power was beyond anything he had ever witnessed, something far more terrifying than any devil. Issei quickly turned his attention to the terrified guard, delivering an uppercut that sent him soaring into the air before slamming him down hard onto the ground. The impact left the guard with cracked ribs and broken limbs, a painful reminder of the encounter. Issei felt frustrated, considering the fight a waste of time and energy. He ripped a door off its hinges and ventured inside, where he was met by a dozen more guards. They must have been alerted by the earlier commotion. Undeterred, Issei prepared to face them, swiftly taking down guard after guard as they charged at him. He advanced toward the nearest room, hoping it was where the wedding was taking place, eager to escape hell. A bulky guard attempted to land a punch, but Issei sidestepped and retaliated with a jaw-crushing blow, sending him crashing into a wall. Another guard swung a weapon at him, but Issei dropped low, elbowing the attacker in the jaw and stunning him momentarily. The chaos continued as Issei fought his way through, determined to reach his goal. A guard wielding a large warhammer attempted to attack from behind, but the boy swiftly caught the hilt of the weapon with one hand while gripping the stunned guard by the throat with the other. With a powerful kick, he sent the unfortunate guard crashing into a group of approaching reinforcements. Without missing a beat, he swung the incapacitated guard over his shoulder and dispatched another trio of guards with precise kicks. Frustrated, the boy continued down the hallway, effortlessly fending off more guards who underestimated his abilities. They seemed to believe they could overpower him, but their attempts were futile. Given how easily he had dispatched a large group just moments before, it was clear they should reconsider their approach. As he moved forward, he couldn't help but reflect on the repetitive nature of the battles he faced. It seemed as though the same fight scenes from another story were being recycled, leaving him to wonder about the originality of the challenges he encountered. Despite the odds, he pressed on, determined to overcome whatever lay ahead. Issei stood before a massive door, feeling the surge of numerous energies emanating from within. Among them was one that felt very familiar to him. His eyes glowed purple as he realized he had finally located the room he had been searching for, the one that held Kenneo, the person he had come to retrieve. A smirk spread across Issei's face as an exciting idea struck him on how to open the door. While most would simply shove or kick it open, Issei had a more thrilling approach in mind. This would be his first time using this particular move, but he was confident in his ability to master it quickly, especially after undergoing a metamorphosis for 10 days straight. He lifted one hand, transforming it into a claw as it became coated in a strange black metal. He reveled in the thrill of evolution as he prepared to make his entrance. With a powerful slam, he struck the door, sending it flying open with the force of his impact. The sound of shocked gasps filled the air, and he couldn't help but chuckle as he stepped into the wedding room. Inside, Riser Phoenix, looking less than impressive in his suit, stood there, visibly displeased. Issei couldn't help but think that Riser would look better in a chicken suit, as that was how he would always be perceived in Issei's eyes. Riser demanded to know who Issei was and why he had interrupted the wedding. Issei, with a playful tone, expressed his mock hurt at being forgotten after his 10-day absence. He pulled down his hood, revealing his face to the astonished guests in the room. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Asia, Kiba, Kenneo, and Aino had been listening to Riser's sister, Ravel, boast about her brother's victory over the Gremries. Ravel's arrogance grated on Kiba, while Asia felt sympathy for the situation. Aino reminded them that this was simply how the rating game was played, and Sona, who had joined them, agreed that the match had been well fought, even if the outcome was not what they had hoped for. As they discussed the match, the room suddenly shook, causing confusion among the guests. Riser appeared from a flaming magic circle, addressing the audience with grandiosity, announcing his impending marriage to Rius Gremry. Just as he introduced his bride, the doors were forcefully thrown open, nearly striking some guests. Through the dust, a figure emerged, revealing glowing purple eyes. Riser demanded to know who had interrupted his wedding, only to be met with Issei's familiar presence. The shock of his return was palpable, especially as he had undergone a noticeable transformation. Sona and Kiba called out to him, while Asia's eyes filled with tears of joy at the sight of her friend. Aino felt a mix of shock and anger, wondering where Issei had been during such a critical moment. Kenneo stood silently, grappling with her emotions upon seeing Issei alive and changed. Rius, overwhelmed with happiness, exclaimed his name, but Riser's fury boiled over at the interruption. Issei, unfazed, rolled his eyes dismissively, provoking Riser further. The atmosphere shifted as Issei's smirk hinted at a darker, more powerful aura that sent shivers down the spines of those present. He declared his identity, and Riser, filled with rage, prepared to confront this unexpected challenge, unwilling to let Issei undermine him. The tension in the room was palpable as the two prepared for the inevitable clash, setting the stage for a confrontation that would determine the fate of the wedding and beyond. A guard wielding a massive sword approached Issei, who stood his ground. As the guard swung the sword at him, Issei effortlessly caught it with one hand, leaving everyone in shock. His hand showed no signs of injury, which astonished the onlookers. The guard stammered in disbelief, questioning how Issei could have done that. Issei explained that his armor was made of iron, rendering him impervious to blades. As he applied pressure to the sword, it began to crack, shocking the guard, who had crafted the weapon himself and had never seen it break before. Issei proclaimed that his teeth were like swords, and with a powerful motion, he shattered the massive sword into shards that fell to the ground. The guard, horrified, dropped the remnants of his weapon as Issei seized him by the head, beginning to crush it through the guard's mask. With a fierce declaration, Issei compared his wings to a hurricane. He glanced over at Riser, who was seething with anger, which amused Issei as he contemplated how a furious turkey might look. Riser demanded to know why Issei was there, accusing him of trying to save his MSTR. In response, Issei's expression turned serious as he threw the guard aside, crashing him into the wall. His emotionless gaze surprised everyone, especially Rius Gremory, who was taken aback by his words. Issei revealed that he was not there to save her, a statement that shocked everyone to their core. Rius struggled to process this revelation, feeling a mix of confusion, shock, and anger. How could Issei not be there to save her? She had been his emissar and had saved his life multiple times. His lack of concern for her predicament was infuriating, leading her to question his feelings for her. Just days prior, he had been his usual self, captivated by her appearance, but now he seemed entirely different. Rius sensed a change in his aura, as if multiple souls were trapped within him, struggling to break free. Although she dismissed the thought as stress-induced, the feeling lingered in her mind. The rest of the peerage shared her surprise, unable to comprehend Issei's behavior. Kenneo, Asia, and Kiba were at a loss for words, while Akino simmered with anger, feeling betrayed that the pawn meant to serve Rius was now expressing indifference toward her fate. Riser was equally surprised, having expected Issei to come to Rius's rescue. He questioned Issei's intentions, only to be met with a dismissive response. Rius, desperate for an explanation, called out to Issei, but he merely scoffed, sensing a new presence in the room. The source of the voice was Grafia, accompanied by a striking man in his early 20s with shoulder-length crimson hair and blue eyes, resembling Rius. Issei was taken aback, realizing this was Rius's brother. He had not anticipated the appearance of Lucifer, feeling a twinge of shame for not having prepared for such an encounter. Issei addressed the man, acknowledging him as Surzek Lucifer, the Devil King. Surzek introduced himself and expressed pleasure in meeting Issei. Riser, filled with shock and fury, demanded to know the meaning of Surzek's presence. The Devil King turned his attention back to Issei, sensing a powerful aura emanating from him. He recognized that if Issei trained further, he could surpass even the strongest devils, posing a significant threat to the supernatural world. Surzek inquired why Issei was not there to save his sister from the marriage arrangement. Issei found the question amusing and responded with indifference, stating that he did not care if Rius married Riser. This revelation stunned everyone, as it became clear that Issei was unfazed by the forced union of his MR with a man she did not love. The rating game was originally intended to free Rius Gremory from her unwanted marriage. Although she ultimately lost, everyone had anticipated this outcome. No one interrupted Issei as he prepared to explain his indifference, their curiosity piqued by his apparent lack of concern. Issei had made a promise to someone important, vowing to protect her even at the risk of facing the entire world. Kaneko's eyes widened in realization. She understood the promise he referred to, recalling the moment he had saved her from a dire situation. Surzek, intrigued, inquired about Issei's presence. Issei simply stated that he wished to express sympathy to Riser and reclaim what was rightfully his. Riser was taken aback, demanding to know what Issei meant by sympathy. Issei merely chuckled, hinting that Riser would soon understand. With that, Issei approached the other members of Rius's peerage, feeling a sense of relief at their presence, though Akino's involvement in the tension between them left him feeling less than pleased. He turned to Kiba, commenting that he did not look good in his suit, which prompted Kiba to retreat to a corner of the room, overwhelmed and upset about his appearance. The onlookers could not help but find Kiba's reaction amusing, sharing light-hearted comments about the situation. Amid the laughter, Surzek leaned toward Grafia, suggesting he should get Kiba a wedding gift, while Issei remained oblivious to the banter, focusing instead on his own intentions. He asked Kiba to bring Asia back to his place, to which Kiba responded with confusion. Issei smirked, revealing his intention to take what belonged to him. He then picked up Kenneo, who blushed at the unexpected gesture, and carried her over his shoulder, reminiscent of a scene from a popular anime. As he prepared to leave, he wished Riser well with his wedding and shockingly flipped him off, leaving Rius stunned. Issei's behavior had shifted dramatically. He was no longer the same playful boy she had known, and this change unsettled her. As Issei made his exit with Kenneo, he sensed danger and quickly tossed her aside just before a massive fireball erupted from Riser, catching everyone off guard. Riser proclaimed that it would teach Issei a lesson for disrupting his wedding. However, as the flames dissipated, it became clear that Issei had survived, albeit with a significant injury. Kenneo gasped in fear at the sight of her friend hurt, while Asia rushed to heal him. Yet, Issei remained unfazed by his injury, smirking as his missing part began to regenerate before everyone's eyes. This ability, common among dragons, left the devils in shock, as it was not something they expected from Issei, who was supposed to be a devil under Rius's command. Serzex pondered whether Issei had made a deal with Drake, while Graphia expressed her surprise. Asia called out to Issei, and Kiba was momentarily distracted by his own realization of being a devil. Aquino was left in disbelief, questioning how Issei could possess such a power, which was traditionally exclusive to the Phoenix family. Riser, flustered, demanded to know how Issei had acquired this ability, but Issei silenced him with a chilling glare. The atmosphere shifted as Issei's demeanor darkened, radiating a predatory aura that sent shivers down the spines of those present. Riser, feeling a surge of fear, took a step back, unable to reconcile the terrifying figure before him with the weakling he had previously dismissed. In a moment of desperation, Riser challenged Issei to a duel, believing that Issei was there to reclaim his pride after a previous defeat. Issei's laughter echoed through the room, a sound that unsettled everyone. He grinned menacingly, his eyes glowing with a purple hue, and taunted Riser, teasing him about the countless times he had faced challenges like this. Confusion and fear gripped the onlookers as they wondered what Issei truly meant by his words, sensing that they were witnessing the emergence of a formidable force. How could he have accomplished this so many times if he had only just arrived? The brown-haired boy must have undergone some sort of training that allowed him to face illusions of Riser. There was a type of training known as image fighting, typically used by humans in combat. It involved playing out an entire fight in one's mind to identify the opponent's weaknesses before the actual battle began. It was a clever but risky strategy as it could leave a fighter vulnerable to real attacks during the confrontation. Had Issei Hayudu engaged in something like that? Or perhaps something similar? In an instant, Issei appeared before Riser, causing the blonde to widen his eyes in shock, as he had not even seen Issei move. Issei seized Riser by the neck and slammed him into the wall, creating cracks upon impact. He declared that he had seen the other side and that Riser was nothing. Riser struggled to escape Issei's grip, while Rius looked on in disbelief, astonished by the strength Issei displayed. She wondered how he had acquired such power. Serzex, the Devil King, commanded Issei to release Riser. However, Issei's intense glare silenced him. He warned everyone present that if any of them attempted to interfere or take what belonged to him, he would unleash an extinction-level event that would cause even God to feel pain. His voice echoed through the wedding hall, sending chills down the spines of all who heard it. Narrowing his eyes, Issei finally released Riser, allowing him to breathe, and then turned his attention to Kenneo, lifting her gently and smiling at her in a way that made her heart race. He expressed a longing to go home with her, and as he exited the room, the others were left speechless. They could sense that something had changed within Issei. He was no longer just a half-devil. He had transformed into something far more formidable, a monster. In the darkness of Issei's bedroom, illuminated only by the moonlight streaming through the window, a red magic circle appeared on the floor, marking the arrival of Issei Hayu, who carried Kenneo over his shoulder. He marveled at the usefulness of teleportation magic. Although he had once been unable to use magic due to his frail body, he was now strong, capable of feats he had never imagined. As he entered, he nearly forgot he was still carrying Kenneo. He gently placed her on the ground, noticing the blush on her cheeks, a sign of her embarrassment at being carried. She was surprised by Issei's newfound strength, as he effortlessly lifted her without breaking a sweat. Kenneo wondered if this was a result of his recent transformation, but she was simply relieved that Issei was safe. Issei acknowledged that he had made her worry and reassured her that he would not be leaving anytime soon. Kenneo, filled with relief, hugged him, catching him off guard, but he welcomed the embrace. She expressed her happiness that he was okay, and he smiled back, glad to see that she remained the same adorable Kenneo he knew. As she snuggled into his neck, he began to pet her back, eliciting a purr from her that made him chuckle at her cuteness. Kenneo felt a warmth in her heart at his words. Normally, she would have punched him for such compliments, but she chose to let it slide this time, grateful for his return. She vowed to protect him, no matter the challenges they might face, even if it meant confronting the three factions alone. Some might think she had lost her mind, and she would agree, but she did not care. She had lost Issei once, and she would not allow that to happen again. As Issei observed Kenneo, a smirk crept onto his face, as if he understood her determination to protect him. He did not need any protector because he already understood how everything would unfold. While his body underwent a 10-day transformation, his mind and soul embarked on their own journeys, each granting him more strength than his sacred gear could have ever provided his frail body. Although Issei could not contact Drake, the Welsh dragon was simply resting after expending a significant amount of energy. Such occurrences were not uncommon. Should Issei be worried? No, he saw no reason to be. Drake was already dead, so nothing could harm him unless there was a way to destroy spirits or souls. If that were the case, Issei would have accepted Riser's challenge and obliterated his soul, regardless of his immortality. It was better for Drake to remain asleep. He would only complicate matters beyond his understanding. As Issei and Kenneo embraced, the white-haired devil girl nestled into his neck, and he smiled, unable to move. However, their moment was interrupted by the sudden appearance of a magic circle, followed by a pillar of flames. Emerging from it was Riser, the heir to the Phoenix house. Issei felt a wave of annoyance wash over him, knowing Riser's presence would disrupt the peace. He lamented the damage to his carpet. Although his house was not a mansion, the furnishings were still costly. Issei sighed in exasperation as he faced Riser, who demanded a fight. Issei stared at the blonde-haired man with a deadpan expression, his arms crossed. Kenneo, having shifted to sit in his lap, mirrored his expression as they both regarded Riser with disbelief. Was he truly this arrogant? Issei had made it clear that he did not care about Rius marrying Riser. Riser expressed his frustration, stating that Issei had made him look foolish in front of the other devil households. Issei, however, remained unfazed, questioning why he should care. All he had done was crash a party and reclaim what was rightfully his. He had even threatened Riser and the other devils to stay out of his way, or face dire consequences. He was still contemplating that threat, and it might come to fruition sooner than he anticipated. Riser, unable to contain his anger, declared that he would not tolerate being made a fool by a low-class devil and promised there would be no mercy. Issei found amusement in Riser's words. He had not yet revealed his true status, allowing others to believe he was merely a low-born devil. He preferred to watch the situation unfold from the sidelines for now. When Riser made a grave mistake, threatening Kenneo and revealing knowledge of her sister's past, silence enveloped the room. Kenneo was taken aback. How could he know such things? It had been a long time since that incident, and she believed he must be bluffing. However, a chill ran down her spine as Issei's hair obscured his face, and from the shadows, Riser caught sight of a single crimson eye glaring at him. In that moment, Riser's arrogance crumbled, replaced by sheer terror. Issei's tone turned icy as he demanded to know what Riser had said. Kenneo was shocked by the coldness in his voice, a stark contrast to the cheerful demeanor she had always known. Riser attempted to regain his composure, thinking he had finally captured Issei's attention and would earn respect from him. Before Riser could finish his sentence, Issei delivered a powerful punch to his gut, sending him crashing into the wall and creating a crater upon impact. Thankfully, Issei's parents were not home. They were likely out trying to cope with the belief that he was still missing. Riser, fueled by rage, summoned his fire wings and demanded to know how Issei dared to attack him. Issei interrupted him again, seizing Riser by the head and slamming him repeatedly against the floor until he finally placed his foot on Riser's head, challenging him to repeat his earlier words. Kenneo watched in shock and horror as Issei's aggression escalated. She had never seen him like this before, It must have been another change he underwent during his absence. Riser, in pain and disbelief, protested Issei's actions, but Issei's dark aura enveloped him, and his piercing crimson eyes illuminated the room's darkness. Issei's voice thundered with fury as he declared that no one threatened what belonged to him. Behind him, Riser and Kenneo glimpsed something monstrous, a presence that did not belong to any known supernatural race. Riser gritted his teeth, summoning a giant fireball and hurling it at Issei, hoping to eliminate him once and for all. Issei Haidu was a force that could not be allowed to remain. His existence posed too great a danger, and he had to be eliminated at any cost. Riser watched in disbelief as Issei caught a fireball with one hand and consumed it as if it were a mere snack. The flames of the Phoenix family were renowned as the strongest in the world, rivaled only by the flames of dragons. Even the 4 great Satans would struggle to withstand such relentless heat, even with protective barriers in place. Issei's eyes glowed red as he smirked, relishing the moment. He had intended to take Riser's power by force, but now it seemed to have been handed to him. Riser was left in shock, unable to comprehend how Issei could wield the flames of the Phoenix House, a privilege typically reserved for pure-blooded devils. The situation was unprecedented. Issei was using those flames without any apparent difficulty. Riser's panic escalated as he confronted Issei, calling him a monster. However, Issei's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, and he cracked his neck, preparing for what was to come. The tension in the air thickened as Issei prepared to unleash his newfound power. Meanwhile, far from the town of Kuro, in a cave nestled within the mountains of Nepal, Ophus, the dragon god of infinity, stood in silence. She gazed out at the majestic peaks, feeling a surge of magical power that was beyond anything she had previously encountered. This power was overwhelming, evoking a sense of staring into the abyss. Ophus, who typically craved silence, sensed an unsettling presence in this stillness, as if something was watching her from the depths of the void. In the chaotic expanse known as the Dimensional Gap, a massive red western dragon, known as Great Red, soared through the void. This creature, revered by supernatural beings, was known by many titles, including the Dragon of Dreams and the true Red Dragon God Emperor. As Great Red glided through the emptiness, he suddenly sensed an unusual presence, a feeling akin to being observed by countless eyes. Despite his efforts to locate the source of this sensation, he ultimately dismissed it and returned to his aimless flight. In heaven, a realm often described as the highest and holiest place, Gabriel, the leader of the 4 great seraphs, floated gracefully through the celestial expanse. With her striking beauty, curly blonde hair, and bright blue eyes, she was known as the most appealing in heaven. As she passed by fellow angels who greeted her warmly, she felt a sudden surge of energy wash over her. This aura was powerful and sinister, sending a shiver through her body. Recognizing the potential threat, Gabriel resolved to inform Michael of this disturbing presence. In Asgard, the fortified home of the Norse gods, Odin, the Allfather, sat in his throne room. This powerful figure, characterized by his long black hair and goatee, wore formal robes and an eye patch over one eye. Little was known about Asgard, even among other gods, making Odin's presence there all the more significant. As the leader of the Norse pantheon, he was a figure of great mystery and authority, embodying the complexities of divine power and the unknown. Odin, the Allfather, was known for his associations with wisdom, healing, death, royalty, knowledge, war, and sorcery. Throughout history, he had been a prominent figure among the Germanic peoples, from the Roman occupation of Germany to the Viking Age. Even in modern times, his presence lingered in folklore, although his sons garnered more affection from mortals. One day, while ruling over his people and ensuring their safety, Odin sensed an unusual aura that piqued his interest. This aura was unlike anything he had encountered before, even in the company of other gods such as Thor, Zeus, and Are. It emanated from something beyond the 9 realms, something steeped in death. This combination of fear and curiosity compelled Odin, for he had an insatiable thirst for knowledge. He understood that wisdom was a powerful force, far more valuable than brute strength. Without knowledge, any confrontation was futile. Determined to uncover the source of this ominous aura, Odin set out to learn its purpose before it could bring destruction to the world. Meanwhile, in the town of Kuo, a tall man in his 20s, with black hair and golden bangs, occupied a modest house. This man was Aazelle, the Governor-General of the fallen angels and Grigori. His personality was a peculiar blend of laid-back wisdom and unpredictable insanity, reflecting the circumstances he faced. At that moment, he was engrossed in a video game, mentally preparing for any news from his subordinates. As he played the latest Warzone game, a grin spread across his face as he easily outperformed his opponents. His shooting skills were unmatched, and he felt confident enough to compete at a national level if he chose to. In the midst of his gaming triumphs, he remained oblivious to the strange aura that washed over him, too focused on his screen to care about anything else. In the underworld, a place known by many names, the Nether, the Dark Land, or simply Hell, fear permeated the hearts of those who heard its name. Hell was a realm where the dead suffered for eternity, a destination for those who had sinned. Humanity's understanding of death varied widely, with some believing in heaven and hell, while others subscribed to concepts like reincarnation. Despite the myriad interpretations of hell, one image remained consistent throughout history: a landscape of fire, ash, and brimstone. This hellish realm was characterized by eruptions of magma, a sky choked with dark smoke, and an absence of life. Yet, amidst this desolation, the supernatural race of devils thrived. In the underworld, several devils gathered in a grand council room, a remnant of the ancient war between angels and fallen angels. Though the room bore cracks from age, the new four great Satans had decided to remodel it for their meetings, as they faced a significant challenge. Their concerns centered around Issei, a pawn of Rius and wielder of the boosted gear. The noble devils could not forget the terror he had instilled during the wedding between Riser and Rius, which had been postponed by Surzex to convene the council. Among the gathered devils was Zekrom Baal, the first head of the House of Baal, whose influence surpassed that of the four great Satans. He had become the de facto leader of the devils following the demise of the original four great Satans. As the meeting commenced, the atmosphere was charged with tension, each devil aware that the decisions made in that room could alter the fate of their world. The meeting was called to discuss the recent events surrounding a wedding. Surzex, a prominent figure among the devils, felt the council was filled with individuals who were too arrogant to see the larger implications of their situation. He chose to ignore the dismissive comments about a low-born devil, recognizing that Issei had displayed a significant amount of strength during the wedding. One of the council members, Seraphal Leviathan, noted that Issei had seemed indifferent to Rius's marriage to Riser, despite being part of her peerage. Seraphal, a striking young woman with black hair styled in twin tails and blue eyes, had a unique personality that set her apart from others. While she appeared youthful and innocent, she was a powerful devil with a kind-hearted nature, often seeking to bring joy to others. She found it peculiar that Rius's peerage member showed no concern for her feelings, especially since Rius harbored a deep disdain for Riser. As the narrative shifted, Issei found himself reluctantly preparing for the wedding. He felt a mix of annoyance and disbelief at being forced to attend. Kenneo, a close companion, was adjusting his tie, insisting that they had to go since they had received an invitation. Both were dressed formally, with Kenneo in a light blue dress reminiscent of a classic fairy tale character. She had chosen this outfit to avoid unwanted attention from others, knowing how some devils could behave. Despite his irritation, Issei was aware of the importance of the occasion and the promise of good food, which was his primary motivation for attending. Kenneo's playful demeanor and her compliments about his appearance added to the complexity of their relationship, leaving Issei uncertain about her feelings. As they arrived at the venue, a grand devil's house adorned with wedding decorations, they were joined by their friends Kiba and Asia. Kiba's choice of a pink suit surprised Issei, who couldn't help but question his friend's fashion sense. Asia, dressed in a striking red outfit, drew attention from onlookers, but Kiba's protective demeanor kept the unwanted gazes at bay. The atmosphere shifted when Issei realized that Kiba and Asia were dating, a revelation that caught him off guard. Kenneo shared his surprise, and as they exchanged greetings, Issei felt a mix of confusion and curiosity about the new dynamics within their group. Kiba explained that during Issei's absence, he had taken it upon himself to comfort Asia, leading to their budding relationship. As the group settled into the wedding festivities, Issei couldn't shake the feeling that this event would bring about more changes than he had anticipated. Despite a few failed attempts, Issei managed to make Asia smile, and from that moment, they continued to spend time together, even during training. Asia felt a sense of safety with Kiba, and their bond deepened. Issei, who had once been uncertain about dating Asia since he was the one who saved her from danger, noticed that Kiba seemed unbothered by their relationship, which eased his concerns. As they interacted, Issei thought of Asia as a little sister, and she reciprocated that sentiment with a warm smile, reminiscent of the affection a younger sibling would show. Kenneo, observing the scene, smirked at Issei, who raised an eyebrow in response to her teasing demeanor. He found it amusing that Kenneo, typically not one to tease, was doing so now. However, his mind was preoccupied with more pressing matters, particularly the unsettling feeling that something was amiss in the world around him. He sensed a familiar presence approaching, which left him feeling uneasy. With a sigh, Issei acknowledged the fleeting moment of happiness they had shared. As he and Kenneo entered the house, they were greeted by Bob, who welcomed them with a smile. Kenneo expressed their excitement for the event, while Issei feigned enthusiasm, knowing he had to make the best of the party. Bob directed them to the snacks and informed them that the gaming room was currently occupied. Inside that room, Aazelle, the Governor-General of the Fallen Angels, was engrossed in a video game, completely indifferent to the wedding festivities. He was determined to achieve victory in the game, ignoring the fact that he had been in there for hours. Back with Issei and Kenneo, Bob encouraged them to enjoy the party. Kenneo handed Bob a present, and Issei silently thought it unnecessary to bring a separate gift since they could share one. Bob thanked them, and Kenneo expressed her eagerness for the wedding to commence. As they approached the snack table, Issei was delighted by the variety of food available. He indulged in the snacks, feeling a sense of relief that the event might not be a complete waste of time after all. Kenneo, enjoying her cake and sweets, elicited a chuckle from Issei, who reminded her not to overindulge. They spent time eating and observing the festivities, noting how Kiba stood out in a bright pink suit, making him easy to spot. Issei reflected on his friends from Kuo, wondering how they were doing after his recent absence. He considered reaching out to them, feeling a sense of responsibility for their well-being. Kenneo, having finished her cake, approached Issei and inquired about his thoughts. He mentioned his friends, and Kenneo encouraged him to visit them, noting their concern for him. Issei agreed to think about it, while Kenneo returned to her food. As the time dragged on, Issei grew impatient, wondering when the wedding would begin. Just then, a devil entered the room, announcing that the ceremony was about to start. Everyone began to make their way to the backyard, where Issei and Kenneo quickly found their seats. Kenneo wore a small smile, excited for the wedding, while Issei simply hoped it would conclude soon. Despite his impatience, he felt a sense of happiness for Bob, even if he found the situation amusingly absurd, pondering the author's creativity in crafting such an event. Issei felt a sense of foreboding as he stood at the altar, watching the soon-to-be-married couple approach. The story of how Bob and San met was amusing, though Issei had little interest in the details. He was marrying someone named San, who shared a similar personality with Bob. San was the youngest of 3 brothers, with his older siblings named Ni and Ichi, which struck Issei as a playful nod to some media reference. As the ceremony began, the 2 men exchanged smiles, their hands clasped together. The wedding priest addressed the gathering, expressing his joy at witnessing such a powerful love. He reflected on his experience with many ceremonies, including the marriage of Surzex and Graphia, but he proclaimed that the bond between Bob and San surpassed even that of the 4 great Satans. The audience was visibly moved, with tears of joy streaming down their faces, except for Issei, who remained unaffected. Kenneo, however, held on to Issei's hands, providing him with comfort. The priest continued with the vows, asking Bob if he took San as his lawful husband, to which Bob affirmed his commitment. He then turned to San, who also agreed to the union. With a smile, the priest declared them husbands, inviting them to share a kiss. As their lips met, applause erupted from the audience, who had never witnessed such an appealing and majestic moment before. Issei turned to Ni, teasingly questioning if he was crying, to which Ni defensively denied. Bob and San rested their foreheads against each other, creating a picturesque scene that prompted many in the audience to capture the moment with photographs. Meanwhile, in the small town of Kuo, Rius Gremory's home stood not far from Kuo Academy. This house served as a base of operations for her when she first arrived in the human world, although she later decided to use the Occult Research Club as her main base. She kept her home tidy, ensuring it was ready for any emergencies. Inside Rius's home, silence reigned as the blinds were drawn, blocking out sunlight. The place was immaculate, reflecting Rius's efforts to maintain her space. However, something unusual was occurring within the bathroom. A crimson-red cocoon, attached to the walls by glowing yellow silk, pulsed with a heartbeat that echoed softly in the room. Rius was undergoing a metamorphosis due to her agreement with the god of the void. Inside the chrysalis, her body was transforming, with muscles, bones, organs, and skin liquefying for the change, while her brain remained intact, directing the process. As the transformation continued, Rius was aware of her surroundings, able to hear everything despite her inability to see. A hand pressed against the cocoon, accompanied by a glowing red eye that seemed to pierce through the chrysalis, signaling that completion was near. A new Rius would soon emerge. In another part of the house, Kenneo knocked on Rius's bedroom door, trying to rouse her king as the sun rose. When there was no response, Kenneo felt a sense of unease. Rius was known for waking early to handle paperwork at the academy, so Kenneo knocked again, calling out to her. Still met with silence, Kenneo decided to enter the room. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by darkness and chaos. Rius was nowhere to be found, and the room looked as if a battle had taken place. The sheets were strewn about, the bed was overturned, and books lay scattered across the floor. Kenneo, surprised by the disarray, began to search for her king, wondering what could have happened. Something was clearly amiss, and she couldn't shake the feeling that an attack might have occurred. The situation seemed perplexing as the rest of the house appeared to be in order, with no signs of shattered glass or unlocked doors. Rius had placed a barrier around her home, ensuring that only members of her peerage or family could teleport inside. This made the idea of an attacker unlikely. Kenneo recalled that Rius had been perfectly fine the last time they saw each other, leaving her to wonder what had transpired during their week apart. Suddenly, a sound emanated from the bathroom, causing Kenneo to grow increasingly worried for her king. She approached the door cautiously, her heart racing. As she reached for the handle and pushed the door open, she was met with a sight that left her utterly shocked. Rius stood before her, but she looked different in ways that were hard to comprehend. Kenneo's eyes widened as she took in the changes in her best friend. Rius's crimson-red hair had grown longer and darker, and her eyes had transformed from a bright blue to a deep crimson red, giving her an almost sinister appearance. Rius greeted Kenneo with a playful tone that sent a shiver down Kenneo's spine, a reaction that surprised her, given her own penchant for enjoying the thrill of pain. Yet, there was something about Rius's giggle that filled her with fear, prompting her to take a step back. Rius explained that she had undergone a little change, a statement that only deepened Kenneo's confusion. As Rius approached her, staring intently into her terrified eyes, she mentioned that Kenneo would learn more soon enough. With a gentle kiss on Kenneo's forehead, Rius exited the bathroom, leaving Kenneo dumbfounded and blushing at the unexpected gesture. A flood of questions raced through Kenneo's mind, the most pressing being what had happened to Rius. Just a week prior, Rius had been her usual self, grappling with the revelation that Issei Haidu, her pawn, had visited the Phoenix household not to rescue her but merely to collect Kenneo and leave, indifferent to Rius's fate. Kenneo recalled Surzex, Rius's brother, advising them to take a week off from school while he investigated the situation. They had complied, recognizing his authority as one of the 4 great Satans. Yet, even during that time, Rius had not been like this. The transformation she had undergone was bewildering. Deciding to set her questions aside for the moment, Kenneo followed Rius, who was now tidying her room after leaving the bathroom. Rius remarked on the state of the room, likening it to a tornado's aftermath. Kenneo, still grappling with her confusion, inquired about what had happened. Rius picked up a book from the floor, her crimson eyes locking onto Kenneo, who remained frozen in place, uncertain about her king's new demeanor. Rius casually mentioned that she had hosted a party, which sent another shiver down Kenneo's spine. She felt an unsettling mix of fear and intrigue as Rius instructed her to help clean up. Kenneo complied, picking up torn pages, sheets, and broken books, all the while acutely aware of the shift in their dynamic. As she worked, she sensed a newfound strength within Rius, a power that had emerged from the struggles of the past week. Kenneo couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction at the results of Rius's transformation, realizing that her king was now more formidable than ever. In another realm, thoughts of fate, hope, and destiny echoed through the mind of an unknown entity. Tired of the constraints of time and existence, this being declared that it would not be erased from any timeline. It rejected the notion of fate and destiny, proclaiming itself as the ultimate life form. Meanwhile, the Bermuda Triangle loomed in the distance, shrouded in mystery. Known as the Devil's Triangle, it was infamous for the unexplained disappearances of ships and aircraft. While some attributed these vanishings to natural phenomena, others speculated about the existence of sea monsters lurking beneath the waves. Humanity had barely scratched the surface of ocean exploration, leaving room for the possibility of undiscovered creatures. The supernatural world had long been intertwined with humanity, and the chances of giant monsters inhabiting the Bermuda Triangle seemed plausible. However, few supernatural beings dared to venture into its depths, especially after the Great War between heaven and hell. Despite efforts for peace, some factions still sought conflict. A handful of supernatural entities had ventured into the Bermuda Triangle, hoping to uncover weapons or treasures that could elevate their power. Yet, like the ships and aircraft before them, they too vanished without a trace. Questions lingered. Where had they gone? Were they alive or dead? Would they ever return? The answers remained elusive, and travel to the Bermuda Triangle was strictly forbidden after the first supernatural beings disappeared into its dark waters. The situation was understandable, as any leader of a supernatural race would be concerned about the disappearance of their people, especially given that the Dark Sea was known to be a dead zone for anyone who ventured into it. However, the location held a secret that had been lost to time. The Bermuda Triangle was home to enormous sea monsters that had not originally belonged there. They had once roamed the deepest parts of the ocean, thriving in complete darkness since the ancient days of the universe. These creatures were numerous and sustained themselves by feeding on smaller life forms or each other, a sea seal that had persisted for centuries since the God of the Bible used his power to create the heavens and the earth. Before the Great War, the God of the Bible had sealed away a vicious monster that rivaled the two dragon gods, a creature of darkness and death known as Beast 666, or Trihexa. The battle to defeat this beast had been arduous, but ultimately, the god had succeeded in sealing it within the Devil Triangle, entrusting the most ferocious sea monsters to guard it. The Dark Sea served as a prison for this monster, and the god feared that one day, someone or something might attempt to release it. Thus, he appointed the sea monsters as guardians, as they were the only beings capable of fulfilling this role. To this day, these creatures continued to obey the commands given to them by the God of the Bible, dedicated to preventing anyone from attempting to free the monsters sealed within. The hallways of the prison within the Bermuda Triangle were unsettling, evoking feelings akin to traversing a barren wasteland or the Valley of Death. It was a sensation reminiscent of what Issei had experienced long ago before undergoing his metamorphosis, a feeling of falling into an abyss characterized by coldness, darkness, silence, and emptiness. No one could wander those halls without succumbing to the oppressive atmosphere. Those who dared to try would likely go insane, seeking freedom from the unsettling weight that pressed upon them. Yet, there was someone who dared to traverse the prison's corridors, a powerful being. As this individual walked, their footsteps echoed throughout the desolate space. With a sigh, the figure reflected on the importance of their mission, though they acknowledged the lack of better alternatives. Upon stepping into the light, the figure revealed themselves to be a tall, striking young man in his early 20s, with a well-built physique that could rival most bodybuilders. His long black hair framed a face adorned with brilliant golden eyes. Finally arriving at a massive wooden door engraved with magical seals designed to prevent entry, the figure regarded the seals with indifference, recognizing that their power was only as strong as an ultimate-class devil, far beneath his own capabilities. He commanded the door to open, and it slowly creaked ajar. As it did, a bright light of holy energy spilled forth, prompting him to shield his eyes from the blinding glow. He expressed his annoyance at the necessity of this ritual every time he was summoned. As the light diminished, a unique figure emerged from the doorway. This being was taller than the young man, their face mostly obscured by a white hat and clad in attire that exuded an air of royalty. The most striking feature was the 4 eyes that floated beside their head, 2 on each side. The young man, named Asteroth, crossed his arms, displaying a bored expression. He noted that he had been summoned unexpectedly by God, the Creator, the Lord, and the Father of all creation, the very being who had fought during the Great War against the devils and the fallen angels. God had faced numerous formidable foes, including the beast of the apocalypse, the god of the void, and the ultimate life form. Asteroth found it amusing that people labeled him as arrogant or cocky, considering he understood he would ultimately prevail. He reflected on other powerful beings who had declared their invincibility, yet he was the one branded with arrogance. In a different section of the prison, God and Asteroth discussed the dire situation they faced. The Bermuda Triangle, shrouded in mystery and danger, was the prison of Trihexa, the beast of the apocalypse. Time flowed differently within the prison, moving much slower than outside. While only a few hours had passed inside, days had elapsed in the outside world. God had brought Asteroth to this location after the demon had attempted to glimpse any future where the ultimate life form, Destoroyah, could be defeated. Unfortunately, Asteroth had been unable to find such a future, as Destoroyah seemed to possess a preternatural awareness of his actions. With a sigh, Asteroth rubbed the bridge of his nose, expressing disbelief at the task before him. God had proposed that Asteroth go back in time to erase Destoroyah's existence, a daunting challenge given the unknown origins of the ultimate life form. Asteroth pointed out the difficulty of the task, noting that without knowledge of Destoroyah's Biarch, it would be impossible to alter the timeline effectively. God, momentarily taken aback, acknowledged Asteroth's valid point, recalling the last encounter with Destoroyah, who had appeared out of nowhere and attempted to kill him out of sheer boredom. There was no way he had created that titan of terror. In fact, he had not created the 2 dragon gods or Trihexa either, they had simply emerged from nothingness. However, it had been some time since their last battle, and the aura he sensed was distinctly different from what he was accustomed to. This led him to theorize that Destoroyah had taken on a human form, suggesting that he might have died and been reincarnated as one of his own creations. If that were the case, he could have Asteroth investigate who Destoroyah's reincarnation was, which might allow them to eliminate him once and for all. Although this would mean destroying one of his own creations, it was a necessary sacrifice to save the world from the Titan of Terror. The god acknowledged that it was not impossible and indicated he knew a way to proceed. Asteroth raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this revelation. The god explained that when he sensed Destoroyah's aura, it felt different from what it had been in the past. He theorized that Destoroyah had indeed been reincarnated as a human. Upon hearing this, Asteroth's eyes widened in shock, quickly replaced by annoyance at himself for not having considered this possibility sooner. As an emissary of time, he possessed knowledge that even the god did not, yet he had overlooked the idea of Destoroyah's reincarnation. Feeling foolish, he face-bombed, realizing how he had missed such an obvious conclusion. The god then asked Asteroth if he believed he could use his powers to go back in time and prevent Destoroyah's reincarnation from occurring. Asteroth hesitated, expressing concern that the reincarnated being could be one of the god's creations. He understood that the god cared deeply for all his creations, including humans, despite his absence and the suffering that had occurred in his family. If it were true that Destoroyah had been reincarnated as a human, Asteroth would have to kill something the god had made, and he did not want to cause his friend pain. Asteroth placed a reassuring hand on the god's shoulder, urging him to be certain about this decision, as there would be no turning back if he proceeded. The god looked down, conflicted between the need to protect creation and the longing to save everyone in the universe. He contemplated the implications of allowing one of his own creations to die, especially the host of the very beast that had once tried to destroy him. While he would never forgive that monster for its past actions, he could not blame the innocent human who bore its soul and memories. The silence in the room grew heavy as Asteroth awaited a response from the god. Finally, the god sighed and asked Asteroth to be honest with him about whether he would be capable of discovering the identity of Destoroyah's reincarnation. Initially, Asteroth did not respond, instead scratching the back of his head in thought. He then requested that the god summon a whiteboard for him. With a snap of his fingers, the god conjured a whiteboard beside them. Asteroth picked up a black marker and began to draw what resembled a tree branch. The god watched in confusion, unsure why Asteroth was drawing when he had only asked about discovering Destoroyah's reincarnation. Asteroth explained that while he could uncover the identity, time operated in strange ways. He pointed to his drawing, indicating that it represented the main timeline they were currently on. As Asteroth elaborated, he drew smaller branches extending from the main one, illustrating how the timeline could shift with even the slightest change, if someone were not born or if an event unfolded differently. The god sighed, acknowledging that he was aware of this, even if his mastery over time was not as refined as Asteroth's. Asteroth noted that his explanation was causing the timeline to change as well. The god, now seated in a chair he had summoned, crossed his arms and mused about the implications of his actions on the timeline. Asteroth confirmed that there was indeed a chance the timeline had shifted. The god then inquired about the relevance of this to Destoroyah. Asteroth explained that Destoroyah was aware of his powers and would likely know if he attempted to look into the future to find a weakness. The god countered that Destoroyah lacked mastery over time, having preferred brute strength in their encounters. Asteroth pondered the possibility that if he went back in time to eliminate Destoroyah's reincarnation, the creature might sense his presence and confront him as a newborn. The god found humor in the thought, dismissing the idea that Destoroyah had existed in the past, present, and future simultaneously. As they continued to contemplate the complexities of time and the fate of Destoroyah, the weight of their decisions loomed large, each aware that the path ahead would not be easy. Asteroth's description of a certain species reminded God of beings he had encountered long ago, entities that existed outside their universe, or rather, a multiverse. These beings existed beyond time and space, simultaneously everywhere and nowhere. He recalled one of them explaining that if there was an alternative version of themselves in another universe, they would still be the same essence. God pondered the implications of this, realizing that Destoroyah might exist in a similar manner. A serious expression crossed his face as he locked eyes with the time demon. He urged Asteroth to try his best, but he also warned that if Asteroth failed, they would face a formidable battle, as Destoroyah would come after them. With a sigh, Asteroth promised to do his utmost, but the weight of the situation hung heavily in the air. God watched as Asteroth teleported away in a flash of light, leaving him alone in the prison. Rubbing the bridge of his nose, God felt a sense of urgency. This had to work. It simply had to. If Asteroth could not eliminate Destoroyah's newly reincarnated form, God feared that nothing could stop him. Meanwhile, Issei sat on a couch with Kenneo perched on his lap, munching on snacks. Kiba had returned from a battle with Kokobile, explaining that he and Zenobia had been searching for the fallen angel alongside Irina but had become separated, resulting in Kenneo's injury. Upon his return, Kiba had received a reprimand from Rius, reminiscent of how Sona disciplined her pieces. Issei found it amusing that both God and Asteroth were so determined to eliminate him. He knew they would be shocked to discover that Ghidorah was also still alive. He contemplated his own power, realizing that he could revel in the thought of tearing them apart, piece by piece. Kenneo inquired about a meeting with the three leaders of the factions, to which Rius confirmed that they needed to devise a plan for the future. Issei's interest peaked at the mention of this meeting. He recalled that after the death of Lucifer and the supposed death of God, new leaders had emerged to take charge of the factions. However, he could not remember who they were, as this had occurred during his time in hiding. Despite his regeneration, he had sustained severe injuries. That was the old him. Now, he possessed abilities that far surpassed his previous limitations. He realized he could attain omnipotence, omnipresence, and omniscience. The thought of rising above what had once held him back filled him with determination. A small smirk crept across his face as he envisioned becoming the ultimate life form, one that stood above every universe. After the school day concluded, Rius gathered everyone on the roof, where they were greeted by what appeared to be a swimming pool, though it was in disarray. Issei blinked in disbelief at the sight before him, expressing his disdain for the state of the pool. Rius, unfazed, remarked on the irony of his reaction, and the rest of the peerage exchanged glances, opting not to engage in further discussion. Kenneo noted that the pool had not been used since the previous year, prompting Asia to ask if they needed to clean it. Rius explained that while it had originally been the student council's responsibility, they had taken over the task. Kiba raised an eyebrow, questioning why they owed any favors to the student council. Rius sighed, reminding them that they had saved Irina's life, which implied a debt of gratitude. Issei sighed in annoyance, questioning why he continued to return to the school. He realized that the narrative required him to remain involved. Rius mentioned that once they finished cleaning, the pool would be theirs to use freely for a time, which piqued Issei's interest. Despite his earlier irritation, he felt a flicker of excitement at the prospect of free access to the pool. Rius observed Issei's reaction, noting that despite his evolution, he still retained a hint of his former self. She felt a wave of sadness wash over her as she reflected on how their relationship had changed. They had once shared a bond that felt unbreakable, yet now it seemed to be fraying at the edges. Rius longed for the days when they had been closer, when they had faced challenges together as a family. She recalled the moment Issei had summoned her, desperate for another chance at life after a near-fatal encounter with a fallen angel named Rainier. Rainier had deceived him into a date with the intent to kill, fearing his sacred gear, the boosted gear, a weapon capable of slaying gods and powerful beings. The history of sacred gear wielders had shown that they were among the strongest entities in existence, often overcoming formidable foes. Rius had always been aware that her pawn possessed a sacred gear, though she never fully understood its nature. She welcomed him into her peerage, enjoying the playful banter that came with their relationship. Despite the teasing, Rius took it upon herself to educate him about the supernatural world, and he was determined to become the best pawn she had ever had. A few days had passed since their outing at the pool, and during that time, Rius had contacted her brother, who informed her that it was time to release her other bishop piece. The entire peerage stood before a door that had been sealed with chains. Issei recalled passing by the room several times without feeling any particular significance, so he had never given it much thought. Rius explained that her brother had insisted on breaking the seal to allow the bishop to leave, but the bishop had refused the offer. Issei found this puzzling, thinking it sounded like a shut-in. Kenneo lamented the situation, noting that the bishop had once been their most valuable member. Kiba elaborated that the bishop had special contacts and had used a computer to generate income. Asia remarked on the potential danger of the bishop's powers, and Rius confirmed this as she broke the seal on the door. As Rius opened the door, a scream erupted from within. She greeted the occupant, a crimson-haired girl, with a warm smile, assuring her that she was free to join them. However, the girl expressed her fear of the outside world. Rius approached the bed or coffin in the center of the room and revealed the occupant beneath the covers. It was indeed a girl, but Issei could tell something was different. She wore a Kuro Academy uniform. The girl protested, insisting she did not want to leave. Issei, curious about the bishop's appearance, questioned the reason behind her attire. The bishop, named Gasper, explained that he found the clothes cute. Issei sighed, feeling exasperated by the situation. Rius encouraged Gasper to come outside, but he resisted, pleading not to be forced out. In a moment of frustration, Issei reached for Gasper's arm, only for him to vanish. Gasper apologized, fearing he had upset Issei. Aquino noted that this was likely due to Gasper's sacred gear, known as the Forbidden Baler View, which had the ability to stop time. Rius explained that Gasper had been sealed away because he could not control his power, which had the potential to grow stronger. Issei, intrigued yet wary, pondered the implications of a sacred gear that could stop time, especially with the White Dragon Emperor still at large. He realized he had little knowledge of other sacred gears, aside from his own boosted gear. As the group prepared to leave, Rius announced that she and Aquino had a meeting to attend, instructing the others to take over Gasper's training in their absence. Issei was less than enthusiastic about this responsibility. In the meantime, Kiba was energetically pursuing Gasper, wielding a sword to motivate him during training. Issei observed the scene with a mix of disbelief and annoyance, feeling as though he were witnessing something out of a fantasy tale. He inquired if Kiba had ever acted this way before, to which Kenneo replied that he had not. Gasper, overwhelmed, sat at the base of a tree, breathing heavily. He questioned Kiba's harshness, to which Kiba responded that strength was necessary to protect their king. Issei noted that Gasper seemed to be enjoying the training despite his protests. Kenneo approached Gasper, offering him food to help him regain his strength. However, Gasper recoiled in horror at the sight of garlic in her hands, refusing to eat it. In a comical turn, he fled from Kenneo, who chased after him, insisting that he could not afford to be picky during training. As Issei observed the scene unfolding before him, he couldn't help but find it amusing. He had initially doubted the situation, but it was becoming increasingly entertaining. Asia expressed her curiosity about where a certain item had come from, while Kiba suggested it was likely from the same source as the sweets they often enjoyed. Issei chuckled at the exchange but soon found himself playfully lifting Kenneo by the collar of her shirt, treating her like a kitten. Just then, Saji, Sona's pawn, rounded the corner and greeted the group. He inquired about their fun, and Issei questioned his presence. Saji explained that he had heard Rius had released her dangerous bishop and wanted to see for himself. Upon noticing Gasper, Saji's excitement turned to disappointment when he realized Gasper was a boy, lamenting his fate. Suddenly, Issei sensed something nearby and pointed at a tree, causing a small purple beam to shoot from his finger and slice the tree in half. The top half fell away, revealing Aazelle, the leader of the fallen angels. The group instinctively took defensive stances as Issei tilted his head in curiosity. Aazelle raised his hands in a gesture of peace, stating he meant no trouble and had merely come to see the Red Dragon Emperor. Aazelle then noticed Gasper and commented on his sacred gear, the Forbidden Baler View, warning that it was dangerous when the user's energy was low. He turned his attention to Saji, suggesting that his sacred gear, the Prison Dragon's Pulse, could absorb excess power from Gasper. This revelation surprised Saji, who had not realized the full potential of his abilities. Aazelle added that there was an even quicker way for Gasper to gain power, by drinking the blood of the Red Dragon Emperor. With that, Aazelle began to walk away, leaving Issei with a sense of foreboding about their future encounters. The next day in Kuo was bright and cheerful, but it also marked an important event, the meeting of the leaders of the three factions. Above the school, a handsome young man with silver hair and hazel eyes floated in the air. He wore a dark green v-neck shirt beneath a high-collared black leather jacket, complemented by burgundy jeans and black leather chaps. A pair of familiar wings extended from his back. He mused about the impending meeting, considering it a dull affair, until he spotted a girl with black hair standing on a pole. He recognized her as Ophus, who responded to his usual complaint about boredom with a hint of intrigue. Ophus suggested that an old friend of hers was about to make an appearance, piquing Vali's curiosity. Meanwhile, Issei sat in the club room, impatiently waiting for the meeting to start. Kenneo had insisted he stay, sensing that something significant might occur. Rius finally announced it was time to leave, and Issei expressed his eagerness to get moving. Rius reminded Gasper to behave in their absence and cautioned him against activating his powers, which could disrupt the meeting. Kenneo assured Gasper that she would take care of him and presented a box of snacks, which delighted him. With everyone ready, Rius and her peerage made their way to the meeting room on the top floor of the school. Upon entering, Issei took note of the various leaders present, including Sona, Tsubaki, Surzex, Serafal, Aazelle, Vali, Zenobia, Irina, and the leader of the Angel faction. Surzex introduced Rius and her group, acknowledging their efforts against Kokabeel during his recent attack. Issei silently scoffed, knowing he had played a crucial role in defeating Kokabeel and his operation. Issei did not need to rely on the boosted gear or any of his powers. He simply overwhelmed his opponent with sheer strength. After a brief moment, he leaned against the wall while the summit continued. Sona and Rius discussed the details of the Kokabeel incident, deliberately omitting the fact that Rius possessed the power of the god of the void and that Issei was the ultimate life form. The deception aimed at the leaders of the factions was amusing to him. Rius presented her official report regarding the incident, while Sona confirmed its accuracy as a witness. Surzex thanked them for their contributions and turned his attention to Aazelle, the Governor-General of the Fallen Angels, asking for his opinion on the report. Aazelle expressed that Kokabeel had acted independently, without his permission, and noted that the situation might have been different had he been present in the town, which he had grown fond of. Surzex urged everyone to stay focused on the matter at hand, but Aazelle suggested that it was time to make peace and move beyond their deadlock, which was no longer beneficial for anyone. The angel leader acknowledged the loss of both God and the Devil King, as well as their war generals, highlighting the complications they faced. Aazelle pointed out that the real threat lay not in their factions but in the destructive forces represented by the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor, seeking their thoughts on the situation. Vali expressed his longing to fight someone of equal strength, while Aazelle reminded him that powerful opponents could be found without resorting to war. Issei, however, displayed a dismissive attitude, revealing his indifference to the ongoing discussions. His aggressive demeanor surprised many, though those close to him were not shocked, having understood his true nature. Suddenly, a strange pressure enveloped the room, freezing everyone except for Rius, Zenobia, Serafal, Irina, Aazelle, the angel leader, Issei, Vali, and Surzex. Issei recognized that this was not the work of Asteroth but rather the influence of Gasper's sacred gear. Aazelle confirmed this, noting that those with superior powers remained unaffected. Vali acknowledged that their dragons had shielded them, while the angels were protected by their swords. An explosion outside drew their attention, revealing a massive group of cloaked figures. Serafal identified them as magicians, expressing her frustration at being ignored. Aazelle deduced that Gasper had likely been forced into using his powers for the magicians. Surzex warned that if Gasper had become stronger in enemy hands, they would all be in danger. Rius, furious at the thought of magicians taking members of her household, vowed that they would pay dearly for their actions. Aazelle and Michael, the leader of the angels, acknowledged the precarious situation they were in. Surzex urged immediate action, fearing the consequences of Gasper's newfound power. Vali suggested that it might be easier to confront the half-vampire alongside the magicians, offering to handle it himself. Aazelle reminded him to be considerate as they were attempting to negotiate peace. Vali, unfazed, was eager to engage the magicians. With a determined leap, he flew out the window, summoning his wings and preparing for battle. As he transformed, a bright light enveloped him, blinding the magicians. He donned dragon armor, ready to unleash his power. Issei watched, unimpressed by Vali's display, and decided to take action himself, breaking through the window with determination to reclaim what was his. Serafal tried to stop him, warning that he could not face the danger alone. Rius sighed, feeling a mix of frustration and resignation. She was aware that Issei was going to do whatever he wanted, regardless of the consequences. Serafal, curious about the dynamics of their relationship, pointed out that Rius was supposed to be his king. Rius acknowledged this but lamented that Issei was no longer the person she once knew. Meanwhile, in a vast and imposing throne room, a figure draped in a white robe sat quietly. The room was grand, capable of accommodating 100 people or more, but the figure seemed lost in thought or perhaps in a deep slumber. Suddenly, a sense of malevolence pierced the stillness, prompting the figure to awaken. The presence of darkness was palpable, unlike anything they had encountered before. It was a power that felt unnatural, and the figure resolved to uncover its source and put an end to it. With determination, the figure stood, revealing a woman of extraordinary beauty, her resolve unwavering. Back at the school, Issei felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had just returned from rescuing Kenneo and Gasper from a group of magicians, managing to calm Gasper enough to stop his time-stopping antics, albeit through a stern warning. He carried Kenneo by the back of her shirt like a kitten while dragging Gasper along. Both of them expressed their apologies, but Issei simply wished for silence as they made their way back. As they approached the school, they witnessed Aazelle crash to the ground, creating a comical crater. Despite his rough landing, Aazelle emerged with only one arm, acknowledging his defeat with a smirk. He then turned his attention to Vali, who hovered above them. Issei was bewildered by the unfolding events, while Rius confronted Vali about his betrayal. Aazelle, however, had a pressing question about a faction known as the Cow's Brigade, which had been gathering dangerous members from the three factions. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as a sense of dread enveloped everyone present. Vali, Albion, Sona, Tsubaki, Rius, her peerage, and the leaders of the three factions felt an overwhelming silence that was almost suffocating. The revelation that Issei had lost Draig, the Welsh dragon, sent shockwaves through the group. Issei's malicious grin only deepened their fears as he confirmed that Draig was gone for good. The leaders, including Aazelle and Michael, were left in disbelief. They recalled the destructive power of Draig and the chaos he had caused during the Great War. Even God had struggled to match that level of devastation. Sona demanded an explanation, but Issei responded with a display of power that leveled the school building, leaving everyone in shock. It was clear he was holding back, using the attack as a threat. Issei warned Sona to remain silent, indicating that he had bigger plans in mind, particularly concerning Vali. His aura radiated a bloodlust that was unlike anything Vali had ever experienced, making him question if this was truly the Issei he once knew. Gathering his courage, Vali attempted to confront Issei, but before he could finish his sentence, Issei struck him with a devastating blow, shattering Vali's balance breaker and sending him flying. Seizing the opportunity, Issei sprouted his wings and pursued Vali, not out of rivalry but simply for the thrill of the chase. As he flew after Vali, he caught sight of Ophus observing from a distance. The Infinity Dragon god smiled at Issei, intrigued by his speed and determination. Unlike others, Issei was unaffected by time manipulation, a fact that puzzled Ophus. Despite being weaker than her, Issei's unique nature made him a formidable force, one that could not be easily controlled or predicted. Vali crashed into one of the many buildings in Kuo, clutching his stomach in pain. He coughed up blood but quickly wiped his mouth, noticing Issei approaching him rapidly. In a moment of desperation, Vali called upon Albion, urging him to activate the balance breaker. The transformation occurred, and Vali attempted to use Divine Divided to weaken Issei. However, to his shock, Issei remained unaffected by his sacred gear abilities. This was a first for Vali, who had never encountered an opponent immune to his powers. Before Vali could process this, Issei slammed into him, grabbing his head and repeatedly driving him into the ground before throwing him with immense strength. Vali summoned 2 white orbs and launched them at Issei, but Issei swatted them away effortlessly. As Issei's eyes glowed purple, he grinned sinisterly, and Vali's eyes widened in horror as Issei unleashed a powerful purple beam. Vali dodged the attack, but it struck a part of the town, resulting in a massive explosion that claimed many innocent lives, devastating the area. The shockwaves of destruction reached Kiba, Surzek, and Zenobia, who were horrified by the extent of the damage. Irina placed a hand on her chest, struggling to reconcile this terrifying version of Issei with the boy she had known and secretly admired since childhood. Rius, gritting her teeth, realized that this was just the beginning. Issei was not taking the battle seriously, a fact she discerned from the memories she had gained after making a deal with the god of the void, Ghidorah. She couldn't fathom how such a monster could be reincarnated into someone as kind as Issei. The real Issei would never harm innocent people. Rius felt a pang of guilt, knowing that her words during a conversation with Kenneo about eliminating Destoroyah had triggered this chaos. She believed she had to find a way to bring the real Issei back from the monster he had become. The thought of using her own body crossed her mind, but she quickly dismissed it, realizing it wouldn't work as it had. In the past, she needed someone close to Issei, someone who could reach him. An idea struck her as she glanced at Kenneo. The white-haired devil girl and Issei shared a deep bond. Perhaps she could help bring him back from the depths of despair. Rius held on to hope that Kenneo could save Issei from the titan of terror that had taken over him. Suddenly, an explosion echoed through the area as Issei threw Vali into the ground. The descendant of the original Lucifer was battered and bloodied, with half of his balance breaker shattered and a black eye marking his face. He clutched the remnants of his right arm, which had been lost in the battle. Despite his injuries, Vali glared defiantly at Issei, declaring that he had yet to reveal his true power. Albion, concerned, questioned Vali's decision, but Vali was determined to try, refusing to lose to what he considered a monster. As Vali prepared to unleash his true power, he was engulfed in a light blue aura. Issei raised an eyebrow, curious about Vali's transformation. He allowed Vali to power up, knowing it would ultimately make no difference. He could have ended the battle before it began but was intrigued to see if anyone could push him to use even half of his power. Vali proclaimed his awakening as the heavenly dragon who had lost everything to the principles of supremacy, expressing his envy for the infinite and his pursuit of dreams. He transformed into a massive white armored dragon with golden eyes, towering over the battlefield. As the battle unfolded, a day passed since the failed attack on the leaders of the three factions, the death of the White Dragon Emperor, and the shattering of Excalibur. The news spread throughout the supernatural world, leaving many unsure of how to react. However, the leaders of the three factions understood the urgency of addressing Issei Hayudu's unprecedented power. In the underworld, everyone gathered in the old war room used during the Great War. The leaders had important news to share, though they were uncertain of its implications. Tension filled the room as one devil questioned Serzex about the reason for the gathering, while another expressed confusion over Rius's presence. Rius stood with her peerage, arms crossed and an annoyed expression on her face, clearly discontent with the higher-ups in the underworld. None of the previous discussions mattered as long as Issei, now known as Destoroyah, was still alive. The urgency to eliminate him was paramount, regardless of the cost. Serzex had something important to discuss. The atmosphere was tense, especially after the recent leaders' summit at Kuro. He took a deep breath and explained the dire situation. Vali Lucifer was dead, Drake was dead, Albion was dead, Excalibur had been destroyed, and Issei had transformed into Destoroyah. As he spoke, many in the room felt a chill of horror. Those who had survived the Great War remembered the terror that Destoroyah inspired. No matter what they had thrown at him, nothing had worked. Destoroyah had proven to be too powerful, even managing to challenge God, which seemed impossible. How could a mere beast confront the creator of the universe and come out on top? God was omnipotent, omnipresent, and omniscient. He could have easily erased Destoroyah with a mere thought, yet the creature persisted. Destoroyah was not a being created by the Holy Father, and his origins remained a mystery. No one truly knew where he had come from, and they were uncertain if Destoroyah was even his true name. One devil expressed disbelief, unable to accept that the beast had returned. Serzex confirmed the grim reality, and another devil insisted that it had to be a trick. Seraphal stepped forward, affirming the truth of the situation, having witnessed the battle herself. Rius, along with her peerage, echoed her sentiments, emphasizing the need to act before Destoroyah unleashed his true form. Serzex warned that attacking could expose them to humans, which frustrated Rius. She could not understand why he was worried about such matters when they faced a titan of terror capable of annihilating them all. Rius sensed that Serzex was playing a game, wanting them to act before Destoroyah made his move. She recalled her memories of Ghidorah, realizing that Destoroyah was cunning and enjoyed manipulating emotions. Rius sighed in annoyance, feeling the weight of the situation. Seraphal sought guidance from Serzex, who felt overwhelmed. They had just witnessed the most powerful weapon in the universe being shattered before their eyes, and the thought of facing a creature that had challenged God was daunting. Destoroyah now possessed the powers of both Draig and Albion, making him even more formidable. Surzex admitted his uncertainty, while Seraphal insisted there had to be something they could do. Rius contemplated her own abilities, realizing that despite possessing the power of the god of the void, she had not been able to utilize it effectively. She had failed to keep up with Destoroyah during the chaos with Kokabeel, and the weight of that failure pressed heavily on her. She understood that the stakes were higher than ever. It was not just her life at risk, but everyone's. The realization struck her that Issei Hayato was gone, leaving only Destoroyah in his place. Surzex expressed the hope that someone could confront him, but before he could elaborate, a new voice interrupted, causing everyone to tense. They initially feared it was Destoroyah, but those familiar with the boy's voice recognized it was not. A creature resembling a bird approached the center of the room. Its glowing blue eyes radiated energy, capturing everyone's attention. One devil questioned its presence, while another pointed out that it was indeed a bird. The creature commanded calm, assuring them it meant no harm. When challenged, it simply chuckled, claiming it had no longing to harm one of its many creations. The mention of creations sent alarm bells ringing in the devil's minds. Could this being be God? Surzex questioned the bird, seeking clarification. The creature shook its head, asserting it was not God but a being far above him. When asked for its identity, the bird introduced itself as the 0 Point, the primordial being of light and creator of the omniverse. The revelation stunned everyone in the room. The name the 0 Point was known to them, and the implications of its presence were profound. Surzex struggled to comprehend the reality of standing before the strongest being in the omniverse. The last time anyone checked, the existence of the 0 Point was supposed to be a secret. A mysterious bird-like figure, known as the 0 Point, revealed its knowledge about a being named Destoroyah, also known as Issei Hayato. This being had lived through countless names over the eons, and the bird claimed to know him better than anyone else in the universe or the omniverse. The group present was filled with concern at the mention of Destoroyah, recognizing his immense power. The 0 Point explained that it had been created from the nothing, the very first primordial, and while it had created the omniverse, its power paled in comparison to that of the nothing. This revelation left the group uneasy, as they contemplated the implications of such a powerful being existing alongside the 0 Point. When asked about its purpose, the 0 Point stated it was there to help, as it believed its beloved was up to something mysterious. The atmosphere shifted when a devil spoke disrespectfully about Destoroyah, prompting the 0 Point to issue a cold warning, making it clear that such disrespect would not be tolerated. The group learned that the 0 Point and Destoroyah, despite being depicted as male, were beyond traditional gender classifications, existing as both brothers and sisters in a sense. The 0 Point revealed that its clones were communicating with other supernatural beings, sharing the same information it was providing to the group. It warned them of a foolish demon attempting to erase Destoroyah from the time stream, identifying this demon as Asteroth, the time demon. This revelation shocked everyone, as they had believed Asteroth had perished during the Great War alongside Lucifer. The uncertainty of who else might still be alive from that time weighed heavily on their minds. Meanwhile, Asteroth struggled with the consequences of manipulating time. He was determined to find Destoroyah before he was born, knowing that confronting him in his current form would be impossible. Asteroth understood the delicate nature of time, aware that even the slightest changes could lead to catastrophic consequences. As he navigated through time, he felt the pressure of his mission weighing on him. Arriving at the moment of Destoroyah's birth was only the beginning of Asteroth's challenges. With no clear idea of what Destoroyah's new form would look like, he realized he needed to act quickly. Searching for clues, he considered the possibility of using his powers to freeze time and sense Destoroyah's energy, but he quickly dismissed that idea, knowing that a newborn would not emit any energy. As Asteroth wandered, contemplating his next move, he felt the world around him begin to slow down, eventually coming to a complete halt. The weight of his task loomed heavily over him, and he knew he had to find a way to locate Destoroyah before it was too late. The revelation struck Asteroth with disbelief, as he had not been using his powers and was alone in the past. The only plausible explanation was the presence of Destoroyah. Asteroth felt a chill run down his spine as he recognized the voice that taunted him. Before him stood Issei Haidu, or rather, the embodiment of Destoroyah. The black-haired man was taken aback, struggling to comprehend how this was possible. Issei smirked, his eyes glowing a menacing purple. He explained that he existed in all times, past, present, and future. Asteroth felt a surge of frustration, realizing that Issei had anticipated his arrival and hidden his past self in this timeline before he could hatch. Issei laughed at the notion of fear, claiming he had experienced everything and nothing, seen the beginning and the end, and embraced both good and evil. He had been creation and destruction, yet he would not allow Asteroth to interfere with his plans. In an instant, he appeared before Asteroth and struck him with a powerful punch, sending the time demon flying through the air and crashing into a mountain, causing immense pain. Gritting his teeth, Asteroth struggled to rise, but Issei was already upon him, attempting a devastating kick. Asteroth narrowly dodged, the impact creating a massive crater in the ground. The sheer force of Issei's attack demonstrated that he was far beyond anyone's capability to confront. Even the strongest beings in the universe would not stand a chance against him. Despite knowing his chances of victory were non-existent, Asteroth resolved to give his all. As the time demon, he possessed mastery over time that even God could not rival. If he were to perish in this battle, he would ensure he left a mark on his opponent. As dust swirled around him, Asteroth focused on the approaching figure of Issei. He wondered if Issei had grown tired of hiding. A chuckle echoed from the gray clouds, and as Issei emerged, Asteroth felt an overwhelming bloodlust that was unlike anything he had ever experienced. It was a force so intense that the ground beneath them began to crack. Issei's maniacal laughter filled the air as he mocked Asteroth's reputation as the demon of time, branding him a weakling. Asteroth, fueled by anger, prepared to take the battle seriously. He attempted to stop time and strike Issei, only to be shocked when Issei caught his fist, defying the laws of time itself. With a grin, Issei unleashed a brutal assault on the time demon, and the battle escalated. In a different setting, Issei lay on his bed, hands behind his head, contemplating the culmination of his plans. Everything was falling into place as he prepared to unveil an event that would shake the very foundations of the universe, all stemming from his so-called brother. The thought of him stirred a deep resentment within Issei, who envisioned a reckoning that would bring suffering to every being in the Omniverse. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Mickey announced that Kenneo had come to see him. Issei felt a surge of irritation. He suspected that the 0 point was influencing her to interfere with his plans. Whenever he sought to test his new abilities, she seemed to appear at the most inconvenient times. Despite his annoyance, Issei decided to put on a facade. When Kenneo entered, he greeted her with a smile, masking his true feelings. She expressed her concern for him, which he found amusing yet repulsive. He suggested they spend the day together, and Kenneo happily agreed. As they left his room, Issei's mother noticed them from the kitchen, smiling at the sight of her son with Kenneo. She felt a sense of pride, observing how much he had matured. However, she couldn't help but notice a change in his demeanor. He seemed colder and more distant than before, sometimes exhibiting a more aggressive nature. At certain moments, it became noticeable that something was off, but she chose not to ask her son about it. It was his life, and she felt it was not her place to get involved. Currently, Issei and Kenneo were walking hand in hand through the streets of Kuro. On the surface, Issei wore a smile, enjoying his time with the white-haired girl. However, internally, he was struggling with conflicting emotions. He found himself despising every moment spent in this relationship, feeling as though he was enduring a fate similar to that of a certain individual who had wronged him in the past. Every fiber of his being urged him to end the charade, to terminate the relationship and move on. Yet, two obstacles prevented him from acting on those urges. He wanted the other supernatural beings to witness this moment, and the author of their story had no intention of making it brief. As they walked, passers-by smiled at the sight of the couple, which only fueled Issei's annoyance. He felt an overwhelming longing to break free from this situation but restrained himself for the time being. Observing Kenneo, he noticed something peculiar about her gait. It seemed as if she was moving more slowly than usual, and whenever the wind picked up, she instinctively adjusted her skirt, a reaction that struck him as odd. Despite his indifference, he found it strange, especially considering his extensive experiences in various forms throughout his many lives. He had lived as humans, elves, fairies, dwarfs, goblins, orcs, and in every conceivable gender and age. Each existence had been a trial, and he had loathed every moment of it. Nevertheless, he believed that all these experiences were part of a greater plan. Kenneo looked up at Issei, suggesting they find something to eat. He agreed but felt compelled to ask her about her unusual behavior. As they continued walking, he inquired about her strange movements, noticing how she seemed to react to the wind with heightened concern. Kenneo's face flushed with embarrassment, and she clutched her skirt tightly, struggling to articulate her thoughts. As she hesitated, Issei's curiosity grew. He wondered what could possibly be troubling her. Kenneo finally leaned in closer and whispered something in his ear, revealing that she was experiencing a natural instinct that compelled her species to seek companionship. Issei blinked, processing her revelation. The concept of being in heat was foreign to him, despite his vast experiences in different lives. He had never encountered this phenomenon before, and it left him momentarily speechless. Kenneo confirmed her condition, her face growing redder with each passing moment as Issei continued to grapple with the implications of her words. Issei found himself in an unexpected situation, sensing that his sworn brother might be involved, though he couldn't be certain. He felt a surge of anger, vowing that if his brother was the cause of his current predicament, he would make him pay dearly. The thought of true suffering crossed his mind as he glanced at Kenneo, whose face was still flushed. He suggested they move to a more private location, feeling overwhelmed by the circumstances. It was frustrating to think that he, of all beings, had to deal with this situation. After all, he was inhabiting the body of the human Kenneo was infatuated with, which meant he had to contend with her heat. He couldn't understand why she wouldn't seek out someone else to satisfy her needs, perhaps even someone completely different, like those who were not entirely female. They arrived at an abandoned building that had been deserted for years. Issei sighed, feeling the weight of the moment. He looked at Kenneo and mentioned that there were other options available for her heat, referring to those who were known for having both male and female attributes. Kenneo raised an eyebrow, confirming that he was indeed talking about futas. Issei was surprised by the term, realizing that his brother had a knack for unusual names. He suggested that Kenneo should find one of those individuals instead. Kenneo blushed and turned away, expressing her longing to share her first experience with him. The revelation left Issei in disbelief. He couldn't fathom why she would want him to be the one. He felt overwhelmed by the responsibility and the complications of the situation. Issei's frustration grew as he pondered the possibility that his brother was somehow interfering with his plans. He had harbored resentment toward his brother for eons, ever since their creation by the Nothing. The Titan of Terror felt no light within himself, only darkness, and it was all because of his brother's actions. In a flashback, Issei recalled the endless void of darkness that surrounded him and his brother, the 0 Point. While they existed together in this emptiness, there was also the Omniverse, a creation that Issei could not comprehend. He despised the fact that his brother had the ability to create such a magnificent realm while he remained a mere shadow, feeling powerless and resentful. As he watched the lives within the Omniverse evolve and thrive, Issei's annoyance grew. He found himself trapped in an existence where he could only observe, filled with disdain for the so-called greatest creation. The primordial darkness, as he was known, felt a deep sense of frustration at being forced to witness the lives of others, feeling as though his own existence was a waste. His irritation was palpable as he lamented his fate, wishing for an end to the endless seawhale of observation. Just then he heard a chuckle that made his irritation flare. It was his brother, the 0 Point, who had come to see him. Issei growled in response, not wanting to engage. His brother's presence only served to deepen his resentment. The 0 Point, unfazed by Issei's anger, attempted to lighten the mood, but Issei was not in the mood for such banter. The tension between them was thick, rooted in years of rivalry and bitterness. The primordial darkness remained steadfast in his disdain, unwilling to acknowledge any semblance of brotherhood. Just because they had emerged at the same time did not mean they were related in any way. The 0 Point insisted that the primordial darkness was still his brother, regardless of his feelings on the matter. The primordial darkness, however, wanted nothing more than for him to go away. He was frustrated that the 0 Point could not take the hint and leave him alone. They were not brothers, and he would never accept that label. He loathed the 0 Point with every fiber of his being. With nothing to occupy his time in his domain, which consisted solely of the vast emptiness of the omniverse, he would rather wander in solitude than engage with this annoying presence. As the primordial darkness attempted to distance himself, he heard the 0 Point chuckle. The 0 Point remarked on his slowness, and in that moment, the darkness felt an unsettling shift. His vision blurred, and he realized he could not move his body. Confusion and anger surged within him as he questioned what the 0 Point had done to him. The 0 Point's expression shifted to one of amusement as he acknowledged the primordial darkness's distress. He claimed to enjoy the company of his brother, stating that it made him feel complete. He gestured toward the omniverse, explaining that he had created it to reflect the beauty of the primordial darkness, a revelation that left the darkness in shock. The 0 Point had taken some of his essence to forge both the flower and the omniverse, which were now intrinsically linked to him. Caught off guard, the primordial darkness struggled against the tendrils that had emerged from the 0 Point, wrapping around him and pulling him closer. Despite his efforts to resist, he found himself unable to escape. The 0 Point, sensing his turmoil, caressed his face, which only fueled his anger. The 0 Point expressed his intentions, revealing that he had no longing to harm his brother. Instead, he lamented the idea of the primordial darkness wandering alone in the void for eternity. The 0 Point presented a small seed that blossomed into an appealing flower, a creation born from the essence of the primordial darkness. This revelation left the darkness feeling conflicted, as he realized the omniverse was a part of him. Despite the beauty of the creation, he could not shake his resentment toward the 0 Point for using his essence in such a way. As the primordial darkness continued to struggle, the 0 Point questioned what he meant to him. He awaited a response, but the darkness remained silent, glaring at him with disdain. The primordial darkness declared that the 0 Point was nothing more than an arrogant abomination, a being that should never have come into existence. He made it clear that he would never reciprocate the 0 Point's feelings, nor would he acknowledge him as a brother. The 0 Point, undeterred by the harsh words, chuckled knowingly. He had anticipated this reaction, having witnessed the negativity that the primordial darkness had displayed since their inception. Yet, he remained unfazed, as his care for his brother outweighed the bitterness directed at him. The 0 Point then revealed that he had found a way for both of them to find happiness. He explained that, despite his immense power, he could not create another primordial being on his own. However, he had devised a plan that involved the primordial darkness. He proposed that together they could create a new primordial being, ensuring that they would both be fulfilled and that the darkness would finally be where he belonged, by the 0 Point's side. The primordial darkness was taken aback by this suggestion, feeling a mix of disbelief and anger. He could not comprehend the 0 Point's intentions and was repulsed by the very idea. The 0 Point, however, remained calm and assured, encouraging his brother to relax and let him handle everything. As memories of their tumultuous interactions flooded back, the primordial darkness felt a surge of anger. He had endured far too much at the hands of the 0 Point, and the thought of being trapped in such a situation again was unbearable. He had managed to escape once, but the scars of that experience lingered, fueling his longing for freedom from the 0 Point's grasp. The event would forever be etched in his mind, replaying endlessly as a reminder of what he once was: weak, pathetic, powerless, useless, and fragile. Issei felt a surge of anger as he vowed to make the one responsible pay for their actions. Suddenly, he sensed something familiar approaching him and Kenneo. His eyes narrowed as he turned to confront the source, But before he could react, 2 golden electric beams struck him in the chest, sending him crashing through the wall of an old, abandoned warehouse. Kenneo called out to him, alarmed by the sudden attack. When she turned to see who had struck her friend, she was taken aback to find Rius Gremory before her. Rius had undergone a significant transformation since Kenneo last saw her. Her hair was now a striking golden color and much larger than before. Her crimson-red eyes remained the same, but her outfit appeared to be crafted from golden scales, and she sported a pair of majestic dragon wings on her back. Kenneo was stunned, unable to comprehend how Rius had found them. Rius explained that Kenneo was giving off a strong scent due to being in heat. This revelation shocked Kenneo, leaving her embarrassed, especially since she was not wearing any undergarments at that moment. Rius, sensing Kenneo's discomfort, urged her to not ask questions and opened a golden portal behind the white-haired Nico girl. Before Kenneo could protest, Rius pushed her into the portal, which closed behind her. Rius expressed her sorrow, revealing that she would have to eliminate the man Kenneo loved to ensure their safety. As Rius prepared for battle, several magic circles appeared, summoning Surzek's Gremory, Serafal Leviathan, and an army of devils armed for combat. They were ready to confront the Titan of Terror, knowing that if they did not defeat him, their entire race would be at risk. Rius informed her brother that Issei had been sent flying into the warehouse. They soon heard growling and turned to see Issei enveloped in a dark, blood-red aura, with black lightning crackling around him. He acknowledged their arrival with a sinister growl, his drool dripping onto the ground and causing it to melt slightly. The soldiers felt a mix of fear and horror at the sight. Issei relished the scent of fear, finding it intoxicating. Surzek stepped forward, summoning a ball of destruction, declaring their intent to end Issei and save the universe from his monstrous grasp. Issei responded with a dark chuckle, the atmosphere growing tense as a dark aura surrounded him. He revealed that he was more than just Issei Hayadu or Destoroya. He was something far more terrifying. From the dark aura emerged a massive monster, one that could instill fear in the hearts of even the most powerful beings. This creature was Destoroya's true self, a manifestation of death itself, proclaiming its identity with chilling certainty. Meanwhile, the 0 Point observed his greatest creation, the Omniverse, from the depths of an endless black abyss known as the Great Abyss. He reflected on the war declared by his beloved, feeling the rage and bloodlust spreading across the universe. The 0 Point understood that his beloved was drawing closer to a goal that had eluded him since his creation: power. He realized that each life he had lived was a means to incubate and obtain power, inching closer to near invincibility. The Nexus Core sensed that a clash between him and his beloved could lead to the end of everything or provoke the nothing into action after eons of inaction. The 0 Point did not longing war with his beloved. He cared deeply for him and could not bring himself to harm him. He lamented the situation, feeling trapped by the lesser beings who believed he must be destroyed for their survival. The purpose of the Omniverse was to demonstrate his love and care for his beloved, and he wished to avoid conflict at all costs. It was a presence he was all too familiar with, one he believed he would never encounter again. As he slowly turned his head toward the source of the voice, he was met by none other than his creator, his father, and the very first primordial, the Nothing. The Nothing expressed surprise at the situation, noting that his son had not changed. He mentioned that he had come to check on his sons, revealing his astonishment at the fact that one of them was striving for power equal to his own. The 0 Point remained silent, observing his creator. Although he could not sense any emotions emanating from the Nothing, he understood that this being was far from powerless. In fact, his power was so immense that it could not be sensed by anyone or anything. The Nothing offered to create multiple versions of the 0 Point's brother, but the 0 Point firmly declined, stating that he only needed one. The Nothing then hinted at an impending event, something significant that piqued the 0 Point's interest. He suspected that this was not related to the war declared by his beloved but was something entirely different. The Nothing described a rare occurrence, a meeting of 2 authors. The 0 Point was intrigued and sought to learn more about these authors, who were primordials with a presence that transcended all concepts and meanings. They stood above those bound by the tier system, acting as creators and destroyers, free to do as they pleased without any authority to restrict them. The 0 Point was surprised to hear such reverence from the Nothing, who rarely spoke highly of anyone or anything. Despite his curiosity, the 0 Point felt frustration as the Nothing evaded his questions. He was aware that there were more pressing matters at hand, particularly the ongoing war. Yet, the mystery of the authors lingered in his mind, and he felt a sense of urgency to uncover their identities. The Nothing, however, explained that he could not reveal the names of the authors, as one of them wished to remain undisclosed. The conversation shifted as the Nothing offered assistance, suggesting he could provide a new primordial to help. The 0 Point insisted that he could manage on his own, dismissing the offer. The Nothing, unfazed, expressed his willingness to help if needed before vanishing, leaving the 0 Point alone with his thoughts. Reflecting on the encounter, the 0 Point felt a mix of emotions. Meeting his creator was not an experience he wished to repeat, as he could not understand how someone who had abandoned him and his beloved could still be considered a father. There was no point in harboring anger, as he knew that any attempt to confront the Nothing could lead to his own erasure. Determined to prepare for the challenges ahead, the 0 Point glanced at his beloved creation, witnessing the fierce battle against the devils. He braced himself for the difficulties that lay ahead, knowing that he would face every moment with resolve. As the battle raged on, Destoroyah unleashed a powerful roar, firing a beam from his mouth toward the flying devils. They narrowly dodged the attack, resulting in a massive explosion that lit up the sky, drawing the attention of everyone in the town. Rius, one of the combatants, felt the rush of adrenaline as she narrowly avoided a thrown car, quickly activating her intangibility to pass through it unharmed. She realized that even in his other forms, Destoroyah retained incredible speed, making the fight all the more perilous. The creature roared again, taking to the sky and attempting to strike, but Rius remained vigilant, ready to face whatever came next. A smirk crossed her face as he unleashed another electrical attack, but it failed to harm the creature, which opened its mouth to charge up an attack. Issei fired a massive purple beam at her, but she quickly warped space-time around it, curving the beam toward the ground. The resulting explosion nearly wiped out half of the devil soldiers on the ground. That had been a close call. Issei roared as the devils launched their attacks, but he shrugged them off effortlessly and grabbed the 2 great Satans. Surzek struggled, demanding to be released. In an instant, Issei's arm turned to dust as Surzek's landed on the ground and summoned a ball of destruction in his hand. He threw it at the monster's other arm, freeing Seraphal from its grasp. The Leviathan seized the opportunity to use her magical power, unleashing a massive wave of ice toward Issei. Regenerating his arms almost instantly, Issei stabbed the monster in the chest, sending it crashing into an abandoned warehouse. Growling, he stood up, only to feel something impale his leg. He turned to see Beelzebub, who had struck him with a massive earth spike. Issei grabbed Beelzebub, glaring at the Devil King. As he began to crush him, Beelzebub screamed in agony. Surzek called out desperately for his comrade, but as they attempted to help, Issei knocked them away with his tail, fully crushing Beelzebub and causing blood to squirt from his hand. Destoroyah chuckled, his eyes filled with bloodlust as he looked at both Surzek and Seraphal, a sinister grin spreading across his face. He taunted them, suggesting they would soon join Beelzebub. Seraphal gritted her teeth, watching as Destoroyah carelessly tossed aside the crushed body of Beelzebub. Determined, she urged Surzek to end the monster. The crimson-haired Devil King nodded, summoning 2 massive orbs of power of destruction. Issei, however, was determined to prevent them from executing their plan. Suddenly, he felt something grab his arms and legs. It was Rius, holding him back with the astral heads of Ghidorah. Seizing the moment, Seraphal charged forward, surfing through the air on a trail of ice. Issei, filled with anger, refused to stand by and take damage. His eyes began to glow as he unleashed a powerful shockwave-like attack that radiated immense heat from his body. Seraphal's eyes widened as she quickly summoned a magical barrier to protect herself, while Surzek managed to do the same. Rius remained unharmed due to her intangibility, but the same could not be said for the devil soldiers and the surrounding area. The heat radiating from Issei melted the abandoned warehouse in seconds, reducing it to a puddle. Nearby, people watched in fear, unsure of what was happening. A boy expressed his fear to his mother, who could only respond with uncertainty. Issei roared loudly, but his cries were silenced when Serzex struck him with the two-ball of destruction, obliterating half of the monster's face. Yet, Issei knew that those attacks would not be enough to bring him down. He was being pushed to his absolute limit. Serzex commanded Serafal to act. The Leviathan summoned numerous ice spikes, sharp enough to pierce even dragon scales, and launched them at Issei. The spikes stabbed him in various parts of his body, including his face, arms, wings, tail, and legs, even destroying the horn on his head. Issei growled, trying to rise, but Serafal continued to bombard him with ice shards. In a moment of desperation, Issei fired a beam towards Serafal, but a portal appeared before her, swallowing the attack. He glared at Rius, who smirked, revealing that the power came from her ability to open portals. With a snap of her fingers, the portal reappeared, and Destoroyah was struck by his own attack, forcing him to the ground. The devils watched in anticipation, hoping the attack had incapacitated him. But suddenly, a low yet powerful growl echoed, sending shivers down their spines. They could hardly believe their eyes as Destoroyah slowly stood up, ice spikes falling from his body and his destroyed face regenerating in mere seconds. The growl transformed into a chuckle, his eyes glowing ominously. He acknowledged the strength of their attacks, leaving Rius, Serafal, and Serzex in shock. How could he withstand all that and remain unfazed? This creature was a true monster that needed to be eliminated, as it painted the world in blood red. As the ground beneath them began to glow a bright purple, panic spread throughout the town of Kuo. The devils initially thought it was an attack, taking to the air, but those on the ground remained unaffected. Serzex demanded to know what Destoroyah was planning, glaring at the monster, who simply grinned. Whatever his intentions were, they could not be good. Issei revealed that he was merely calling some pets. Serafal's inquiry about what kind of pets he meant was cut short by the screams of terror and pain that erupted around them. The devils looked on in shock and horror, realizing that something dreadful was about to unfold. Destoroyah had summoned a horde of monstrous creatures that wreaked havoc across the town of Kuo. The first creature resembled a vulture but possessed bat-like wings, while the second appeared dragon-like, featuring only 2 arms and an exceptionally long tail. Rius's eyes widened in shock as she observed the monsters roaring and turning their attention toward the townspeople. Recognizing the creatures, Rius explained that she had gained knowledge of ancient beings when she acquired her new powers. These creatures existed long before the Great War, even before Lucifer's betrayal by God. Serafal, confused and alarmed, inquired about the identity of the monsters. Rius identified them as kaijus, with the larger ones being called skullcrawlers and the smaller ones referred to as hellhawks. When Serafal asked about their weaknesses, Rius reassured her that the hellhawks were easily defeated, while the skullcrawlers, though tougher, could also be killed. Meanwhile, Issei, frustrated with his restraints, unleashed a powerful beam toward Rius, only for it to be blocked by a magical barrier created by Serzex. The monster glared at Serzex, growing increasingly irritated by the magical barriers that hindered his movements. Finally, summoning all his strength, Issei broke free from the astral heads that bound him. As he roared, his body began to glow red. Serafal attempted to slow him down by summoning ice spikes, but they harmlessly bounced off his tough hide. In a flash, Issei lunged at Serafal, trying to devour her. She narrowly escaped but lost her left arm to his fangs. Blood gushed from the wound as Issei used his tail to send her crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater. He expressed his relief at no longer having to deal with her ice shards. Just then, Rius struck him with a bolt of electricity, provoking his anger. He charged at her, claws and fangs bared, but Rius used her intangibility to evade his attack. When he punched, his strike passed through her, and she countered with an uppercut. Serzex rushed to Serafal's side, who lay on the ground in pain. He quickly applied a healing potion from a vial, and within moments, her arm regenerated. Serafal expressed gratitude for the phoenix tears, a rare healing potion from the Phoenix clan that could heal any injury. The two then turned their attention to the titanic battle unfolding nearby, where the two monsters clashed with tremendous force. Seraphol suggested they assist Rius, but Surzex insisted they needed a plan. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them, belonging to none other than God, the creator of the universe. He confirmed his identity and explained that he was there to help them devise a strategy to defeat Destoroyah. Surzex expressed concern for the humans in the town, and Seraphol echoed his sentiment, unwilling to abandon them to their fate. God hesitated, aware he had the power to save the townspeople with a mere snap of his fingers. However, he understood that doing so might reveal his presence to Destoroyah, who could then track him down. Observing the fear and suffering around him, God felt compelled to act as a father to his creations. With determination, he snapped his fingers, causing every human in Kuo to vanish from the monster's sight, leaving the creatures bewildered. After ensuring the safety of the townspeople, God teleported Surzex and Seraphol away from the battlefield. He then focused on Rius and Destoroyah, who were locked in combat. Although he could have easily teleported Rius to safety, he chose to observe instead, recalling that Ghidorah possessed the ability to open portals. As the battle continued, Destoroyah roared and swung a punch at Rius, who smirked and retaliated with another blast of electricity. Issei, now filled with newfound power, unleashed a devastating attack called Destroyer Claw, his claws glowing with a purple aura. To Rius's shock, the attack made contact, leaving a deep cut on her arm despite her intangibility. Realizing that Destoroyah was evolving rapidly, Rius gritted her teeth, knowing she needed to regroup with her allies. Destoroyah charged at her once more, claws poised to strike. Rius seized the opportunity to blind him with another electric blast, then quickly opened a portal and escaped, leaving Issei to growl in frustration at her retreat. He sniffed the air, detecting a familiar scent, ready to continue the fight. The scent of an ancient enemy lingered in the air, a reminder of past confrontations. Issei, known as Destoroyah, and the primordial darkness, chuckled softly as his eyes glowed with a menacing purple hue. He was aware that God had arrived, a familiar presence that stirred both annoyance and intrigue within him. In the town of Kuo, chaos reigned supreme. The aftermath of the initial strike against Issei had left the area in ruins. With the civilians teleported away, the creatures under Issei's command roamed the desolate streets, driven by hunger and desperation. Knowing that his pets would find nothing in the empty town, Issei had dispatched several of them to scour nearby cities for any signs of life. He pondered why God had chosen this moment to interfere, feeling a mix of irritation and amusement at the divine meddling. Perched atop a crumbling building, Issei surveyed the devastation below. The scale of destruction was trivial compared to what he had witnessed and wrought in his previous lives. This would not be the last time he would bring ruin. He was determined to extinguish lives and engulf the light in darkness. Growing weary of the prolonged game of hide and seek, he felt a surge of frustration. His attention shifted as he noticed one of the Hellhawks approaching. The creature emitted a series of frantic chirps and growls, attempting to convey its message. However, Issei's patience wore thin, and he seized the creature by the neck, expressing his displeasure with a fierce glare. In a fit of rage, he tossed the Hellhawk aside, watching as it met a gruesome end upon impact. Frustrated with the incompetence of his minions, Issei's expression transformed into a sinister smirk as a new idea took root in his mind. If his pets could not locate his prey, he would compel the mortals of this world to do so for him. Rising to his full height, he commanded his remaining creatures to spread the word of his existence. No longer would he hide in the shadows, he would show no mercy. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a dark orange hue across the sky, Issei felt the time for his ascension drawing near. He instructed his minions to gather the mortals of the planet, intending to use them as bait to lure God and other adversaries to him. The Skullcrawlers and Hellhawks responded with roars of obedience before rushing off into the wilderness, leaving a path of destruction in their wake. Issei watched with satisfaction as his creatures scattered across the globe, targeting every town, city, and nation. Their rampage made headlines worldwide, with reports of the monstrous invasion flooding the news. The military's efforts to combat the threat were futile, as the creatures captured every human they encountered, regardless of age or gender. In the Hindu pantheon, the god of destruction, Shiva, sensed an ominous shift in the balance of power. As he focused on enhancing his own strength, a wave of dread washed over him, an unfamiliar sensation that compelled him to investigate. Creating a magical screen from his flames, he observed the chaos unfolding in the human world. His horror grew as he witnessed monstrous beings capturing humans and transporting them to an unknown destination. When Shiva directed the screen's gaze toward Japan, his 5 eyes widened in terror at the sight of the legendary monster, the true god of destruction, the harbinger of death. The realization struck him with chilling clarity. He understood that Issei had returned, and the implications were dire. Buddha was in the heavenly fields, enjoying a basket of candies, when he suddenly sensed an unprecedented wave of chaos. Curious about the disturbance, he placed a lollipop in his mouth and used his powers to peer into the mortal world. What he saw took him aback. Initially, he thought the creatures causing the chaos belonged to other pantheons, but as he observed further, he realized they were something else entirely. Whoever was behind this would pay for ruining his snack time. He focused his powers and searched the world until he stopped at Japan, his eyes widening in recognition of a small town's location. He pondered who could be responsible for such turmoil. In the Egyptian pantheon, a powerful being sat on his throne, eyes closed, until he too felt the wave of malice. Aman, the god of the sun and creator of the universe, recognized the energy as something he had not encountered before. It reminded him of his arch-nemesis, the crimson cobra of chaos, Apophis, but he knew it was not him, as he had banished the fiend to the depths of the unknown void. Summoning a medium sun, he viewed the human world and was horrified to see a monstrous entity capturing mortals who prayed to him. This was not the work of Cobra, nor was it the other pantheons. Someone more malicious and powerful was behind this chaos. Ra realized that whatever was causing this might require the combined power of all the Egyptian gods, but he was determined to handle it himself. He was Aman Ra, the sun god, and the most powerful deity in the universe. Whoever was responsible for this would face consequences for taking his children. Meanwhile, in the Bermuda Triangle, the prison of the beast of the apocalypse, a group of beings gathered in one of the large rooms. God, Serzex, Seraphal, Sona, Rius, their peerages, and several humans were present. They explained the supernatural to the humans, revealing that Issei was the reincarnation of Destoroyah. Mickey and Guru, Issei's parents, felt heartbroken and upset, struggling to comprehend how their son had transformed into something so different. Mickey sought answers from Rius, asking what had turned her son into a monster. Rius, filled with sadness, admitted that she did not know, but it seemed inevitable that the primordial darkness would take control. Mickey's tears fell as she absorbed this painful truth. Rius felt the weight of guilt, knowing that her plans to rid herself of Issei had contributed to his transformation. She believed that even without her interference, Issei would have eventually turned against them. Serzex questioned how they could defeat Issei, and God sighed, revealing that he had glimpsed many possible futures. When asked how many showed them defeating Issei, God hesitated before revealing the grim truth: none. The room fell silent as the weight of this revelation sank in. They realized that fighting back seemed futile, and despair settled over them. The universe, creation, and everything in the omniverse appeared doomed. Just then, a devil flew over to Serzex, bowing and urging him to see something urgent. Serzex inquired about the matter, and God narrowed his eyes, sensing he knew what was coming. The devil revealed that something significant was happening, and God created a portal-like mirror that displayed the state of the town of Kuo. Monsters roamed the streets, and the humans collected by the primordial darkness were visible, all taken from around the globe: men, women, children, and the elderly. Kiba expressed confusion about the situation, and God explained that Issei was using the humans to draw him out. Seraphal questioned how Issei had managed to gather them so quickly, and Serzex concluded that Issei had not done it alone. His pets had assisted him. They all watched as Issei stood atop a ruined building, addressing God directly. He made it clear that he would murder the captured humans one by one if God and Ghidorah did not confront him. The horror escalated when Issei shot an air bullet at a woman holding her children, causing chaos and despair among the onlookers. God felt compelled to act, but Surzex warned him that going alone would be dangerous. God acknowledged Issei's evolution since their last encounter, recognizing that his level of planning was beyond anything he had faced before. He turned to the humans in the room, seeing their fear and desperation. God understood that they believed their lives were at an end, and he felt the weight of their plight deeply. The time had come for redemption. God had not been there for his children when they needed him most, but he was determined to make amends by rescuing their fellow brothers and sisters. As he prepared to leave for Kuo, Mickey and Goru approached him, expressing their longing to accompany him. They simply wanted to speak with their son, despite the changes he had undergone. God hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Just then, a voice emerged from the shadows, offering to go in their place. The presence was familiar, and God felt a chuckle escape him upon recognizing it. The figure stepped into the light, revealing a young, muscular man with striking platinum blonde hair and captivating sky-blue eyes. It was Adam, the first man, the father of humanity. The onlookers were astonished. Adam nodded in acknowledgement of their surprise, and God reminisced about the day Adam was created in the image of the divine. After being expelled from paradise with his wife, Eve, Adam had descended to earth, giving rise to humanity. Adam expressed his willingness to bring their son back, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Mickey expressed her gratitude, and with a shared nod of understanding between Adam and God, a portal was opened. As they stepped through, Adam felt the weight of destruction surrounding him. The city of Kuo lay in ruins, devoid of life. This desolation was a grim reminder of the monster that had taken his children. Issei Haidu, known as Destoroya, the primordial darkness, was the creature responsible. Adam's focus was singular, to save his children from this monster. He recalled the day he and Eve were cast out of Eden, a consequence of the serpent's deceit. Their idyllic life had been shattered, and Adam had chosen to share Eve's fate, consuming the forbidden fruit to ensure they faced their punishment together. As he and God traversed the devastated streets, they sensed they were being watched. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and cracks formed in the pavement, swallowing buildings into the abyss. From the shadows, a skull crawler, a creature associated with the primordial darkness, emerged, roaring defiantly. God acknowledged the creature as a welcoming party, but before he could finish his thought, Adam had already taken action. With a swift strike, he dispatched the creature, leaving it lifeless on the ground. Adam, unfazed, cracked his shoulders and turned to God, ready to move on. God sighed, accustomed to Adam's impulsive nature, and agreed that they should continue. However, their moment of respite was interrupted by a taunting voice, the unmistakable tone of the monster they had come to confront. God felt a surge of tension. He knew that their adversary had found them at last. He had not anticipated finding them both so quickly, as if he instinctively knew they had arrived in the town. Adam and God were soon overwhelmed by an intense wave of bloodlust, sending shivers down their spines and causing sweat to bead on their foreheads. This bloodlust was unlike anything they had ever experienced. It was so potent that their vision was consumed by a pure scarlet hue, making it difficult for them to breathe. God, a being who was omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent, was struggling to breathe. It was an unreal situation as he did not require air, sleep, food, or water to exist. Yet this overwhelming sensation was brought on by a single beast. With great effort, both God and Adam managed to turn their heads toward the source of the voice, and there he stood, Destoroya, the primordial darkness, the devourer of light, the dark primordial, known as Issei Haidu. He stood a few feet away, his eyes glowing purple and a sinister grin spread across his face. He remarked on their arrival, noting the presence of Adam, the father of humanity, and the so-called father of the mortal he had taken over. Adam stared at Issei, his focus sharpening as he disregarded the bloodlust that had enveloped him. He acknowledged Issei as the primordial darkness, to which Issei confirmed his identity. Adam then demanded the return of his son, addressing Issei directly. Issei responded with laughter, taunting Adam and stating that he would have to kill him to reclaim what he had lost. God cautioned Adam, unsure if his abilities would work against Issei. Adam, undeterred, approached Issei and summoned his divine treasure, brass knuckles. Issei laughed at the sight, but the moment Adam struck, the impact sent Issei skidding back through several buildings, causing further destruction. Regaining his footing, Issei glared at Adam, who acknowledged the unexpected power of his own strike. God, sensing the moment had come to act, summoned an orb of light and fired it at Issei, who charged toward them. Issei absorbed the attack, resulting in a massive explosion that cleared the sky, revealing several planets above. As the humans held captive reacted in shock, Adam turned to God, questioning when he had acquired such power. Before God could respond, a growl interrupted them. They turned to see a massive cloud of dust and smoke, within which glowed a pair of purple eyes. Issei emerged, now sporting a pair of massive wings, and glared down at them. With a fierce determination, Issei charged, striking God aside and delivering a powerful punch to Adam, launching him into several broken buildings. Adam, however, quickly recovered and cracked his neck, acknowledging Issei's strength. Issei then unleashed a flurry of punches, but Adam skillfully dodged each one, which only fueled Issei's confidence. Issei revealed his knowledge of Adam's abilities, explaining that Adam was designed in the image of the gods, gifted with the power to replicate any move or technique he observed, regardless of its speed or power. As they continued to exchange blows, Issei recognized Adam's use of his own abilities, specifically the divine reflection. In a surprising turn, Issei's punch struck him instead, as God had opened a portal to redirect the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Adam launched a rapid series of strikes against Issei, who fell to the ground in frustration. Confused by his inability to dominate them, Issei's gaze fell upon a small, glowing flower nearby, filling him with rage. The flower reminded Issei of his so-called brother, a constant reminder of his struggles and the ascension he sought within the Omniverse. He was determined to rise as a true primordial, and he realized that Adam and God were receiving assistance. As Issei placed a hand on the ground, the purple aura began to alter the rocky earth beneath them, signaling that the battle was far from over. Adam and God were perplexed as the small flower Issei had spotted vanished from sight. Issei, with a sinister grin, enveloped himself in a purple aura, prompting Adam to adopt a defensive stance, sensing that the situation was about to escalate. Issei proclaimed that the aura they observed was the very essence of his true self, leaving both Adam and God astonished. In a sudden burst of aggression, Issei seized Adam by the head and forcefully slammed it against the ground multiple times, causing the earth to tremble. Just as Issei was about to continue his assault, God intervened, delivering a punch that sent Issei flying backward. However, Issei regained his composure midair, his eyes flashing purple as he unleashed a beam of energy toward God, who narrowly dodged the attack, aware of the potential consequences of being struck. Adam, still reeling from the earlier impact, acknowledged the seriousness of their opponent, recalling the legends he had heard. God urged Adam to distract Issei while he focused on protecting humanity. In response, Issei declared that neither of them would escape. With a flash of his eyes, he summoned several skull crawlers from the ground, some larger than others, all ready to obey their MSDR's command. Issei ordered them to attack. As the skull crawlers charged toward God and Adam, the duo exchanged determined glances, understanding that they needed to fight their way through. Although God had the power to erase them from existence, he suspected that his abilities might not work on these creatures, given their origin from Destoroyah. Thus, they prepared to confront the threat in a more direct manner. Unbeknownst to them, this was all part of Issei's strategy. He had the power to eliminate them long ago but chose to toy with them, allowing them to believe they had a chance when, in reality, they never did. As the scene unfolded, Issei reveled in the despair of mortals, savoring the rich flavor of their fear. He urged Rius and the others to open their eyes to the true nature of the being before them, a being that embodied the very definition of a god. He was rising in power, and there was nothing they could do to stop him. The godly beings were gripped by fear and horror as they beheld the new form of the primordial darkness. It was unlike anything they had encountered before, resembling a thin, shadowy specter that could easily obscure any light. In that moment, a wave of dread washed over them, as they realized the effort Issei had put into achieving this form. Figures like Buddha, Shiva, Zeus, Odin, and Wukong had faced countless formidable foes, but the creature before them was on an entirely different level. While they could not sense the primordial darkness's power, they felt his overwhelming bloodlust, leaving them to ponder whether he was so powerful that his energy was undetectable or if he lacked power altogether. Odin speculated that there was more to this beast than met the eye, aware that hidden secrets awaited discovery. His thirst for knowledge urged him to learn more, but he knew he had to be cautious to avoid dire consequences. Shiva recognized that this battle would not be easy, even with the combined strength of Buddha, Aman, Son Wukong, and himself. They were among the most powerful beings in the universe, but overconfidence could lead to their downfall. Shiva recalled his first encounter with Destroya, one of the primordial darkness's aliases. The mere sight of the beast had left him feeling as though he were enduring endless torment. Zeus, having faced his father Kronos, understood the gravity of their situation. Defeating Kronos had come at a great cost, and he knew that confronting this new foe would require every ounce of his strength. Buddha, indifferent to the creature's identity, remained focused on his mission to protect humanity, even if it meant sacrificing everything, including his own life. Son Wukong, observing Buddha, felt the weight of their alliance. Despite their past grievances, he recognized that this battle was an opportunity to finally confront a worthy opponent after an eternity of boredom in nirvana. As the tension mounted, the stage was set for an epic confrontation between the forces of light and the encroaching darkness. Wukong was determined not to let this moment go to waste, but he refused to stand by and watch as the creature took lives for amusement. God gritted his teeth, realizing that even with their combined efforts, they would not be able to defeat the primordial darkness. Their best option was to hold him off until the 0 point arrived, as he was the only one capable of bringing the monster down a notch. Those armed with weapons gripped them tightly, while those without clenched their fists, knowing this would be a battle for the ages, one that would shake the universe. Before Wukong could finish his thought, Issei appeared before him and delivered a powerful right hook to the Monkey King's face, sending him crashing through several buildings in mere seconds. The eyes of God and the other divine beings widened in shock, but before they could react, they too faced Issei's wrath. Issei seized Shiva's face and slammed him into the ground, using the momentum to propel himself into the air, where he executed a roundhouse kick to Rius. The sun god groaned in pain, only to be met with another blow from Issei that sent him flying into Thor, who attempted to catch his comrade but was knocked away by the force. Odin and Zeus charged at Issei, but he effortlessly sprouted 2 additional arms from his back, grabbing their fists and tossing them aside like discarded toys. With a sinister grin, Issei proclaimed that they had only just begun and that he would be the victor. God warned Issei not to get too cocky, to which Issei responded with curiosity about the source of God's grin. God simply hinted at the staff that was about to strike him. Before Issei could inquire further, Son Wukong returned, eager to repay the favor. He called upon his weapon, which expanded into a gigantic version of itself, sending Issei flying into the air and out of the planet's orbit. The force of the attack was so immense that any ordinary being would have been instantly killed, but Issei, despite being launched into the vastness of space, remained unharmed. Son Wukong celebrated his successful strike, declaring it a famous move. Buddha chuckled at the Monkey King's spirited attitude, even in dire circumstances. God praised Wukong for buying them a few precious seconds. Shiva groaned as he pulled himself from the ground, brushing off debris, while Ra confirmed he was fine, despite feeling dizzy. Wukong, with a smirk, shrank his staff back to its regular size and spun it around. He announced his intention to face Issei first, prompting God to express concern for his safety. Wukong, undeterred, was determined to confront the primordial darkness. With a whistle, Wukong summoned his cloud and soared into the sky at incredible speed, creating a sonic boom. He was resolved to face the primordial darkness, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, Issei crashed onto the moon, causing significant damage and shifting it slightly from its orbit. He lay on the lunar surface, acknowledging that he had been caught off guard but noting that he would not fall for such a trick again. As he dusted himself off, he spotted son Wukong approaching on his cloud. Issei chuckled, anticipating the Monkey King's challenge. When Wukong landed on the moon, a fierce grin spread across his face, ready for battle. He declared his intent to confront Issei, who responded with a mocking assurance that Wukong would not survive. Wukong, undeterred, twirled his staff and assumed a battle stance, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Issei charged with immense speed, landing a punch that sent Wukong flying back. However, Wukong quickly recovered and retaliated with a punch of his own, creating a shockwave. To his surprise, Issei did not budge from the impact. Issei taunted Wukong, asking if that was all he had. With a grin, he sidestepped Wukong's fist and delivered a powerful blow that distorted Wukong's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Wukong, now on his knees, acknowledged the strength of Issei's punch, realizing he was up against a formidable opponent. Wukong had faced similar challenges before, and he had always emerged victorious. Slowly, he rose to his feet and wiped his mouth, then kicked up his staff and twirled it for a few moments. He felt the thrill of the battle, realizing that his opponent might be the first to truly push him to his limits. As the two combatants clashed, Wukong wielded his staff while Issei relied on his claws. Each strike and block sent sparks flying, creating a dazzling display of power. A trail of red and black followed them as they moved across the moon's surface. Wukong wore a serious expression, fueled by his longing for battle, while Issei maintained a confident grin. Wukong acknowledged the sharpness of Issei's claws, and Issei responded with a playful remark. The Monkey King then leaped back, gathering orange-yellow energy around him as he charged forward, aiming to knock Issei down. However, Issei dodged skillfully and retaliated with a fierce uppercut. The dark entity fought with brutal intensity, landing powerful punches that sent Wukong reeling. Despite the pain, Wukong quickly recovered, leaping away from Issei before charging in with such speed that the ground crumbled beneath him. He delivered a devastating blow to Issei's ribs, sending him flying once more. Issei, however, adeptly dodged and blocked Wukong's energy-charged strikes, which shattered the ground around them. In response, Issei punched the ground, causing dark spikes to erupt toward Wukong. Wukong narrowed his eyes and spun his staff in front of him, effortlessly destroying the incoming attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Issei lunged forward, but Wukong blocked each of his blows with his staff. The shockwaves from their clash reverberated through the air, and Wukong felt the intensity of Issei's strength. As the battle raged on, Issei managed to deflect one of Wukong's punches and countered with a brutal uppercut that sent Wukong skidding back. In a moment of fury, Issei unleashed a massive burst of red energy and charged at Wukong, throwing punch after punch. Wukong countered each attempt, and the two continued to exchange blows, creating shockwaves with each impact. Issei found himself amused by the stalemate, realizing that if he couldn't land a hit on Wukong, then Wukong couldn't land one on him either. Wukong, however, was growing frustrated, wanting to inflict some damage. With a fierce roar, he threw another punch, which Issei caught, resulting in another shockwave that shook the ground. The two combatants clashed fiercely, their fists meeting in a display of raw power. At one point, Issei attempted to pierce Wukong with his claws, but Wukong dodged and retaliated with his staff, which Issei blocked effortlessly. Wukong's thoughts were interrupted when Issei grabbed him by the throat and hurled him across the moon's surface. Issei followed up with a powerful punch to Wukong's gut, sending him crashing into the rocky ground. Wukong cried out in pain, surprised to see blood for the first time since achieving his state of omnipotence. It became clear to him that this battle was unlike any he had faced before, and the stakes were higher than he had anticipated. A small smirk appeared on Wukong's face as he slowly rose to his feet, while Issei looked down at him with a confident grin, anticipating the outcome of their clash. Wukong chuckled and spat out blood, declaring that it would take much more than that to defeat him. Issei, undeterred, assured him that he had plenty more in store. Wukong realized it was time to get serious. He summoned his staff, which flew into his hand, and with a swift motion, he slammed it into the ground. A blinding white light erupted from the impact, illuminating the moon's surface. As the light dimmed, Issei saw Wukong transform, appearing more animalistic than before. Wukong's eyes glowed with determination as he focused on Issei, ready to continue their fierce battle. Meanwhile, on Earth, in the devastated town of Kuo, silence reigned as the sun set over the horizon. Amid the ruins stood the only remaining structure, a tall pole, atop which perched a figure. This figure was a young woman with wavy white hair and striking red eyes, adorned with cat-like ears and a tail, watching the unfolding events with keen interest. Their attire consisted of a blue overcoat adorned with 6 yellow buttons and cuff links, paired with shorts and orange socks featuring thin black stripes, along with a pair of blue shoes. The individual gazed upward toward the moon, where Sun Wukong was engaged in a confrontation with Issei, or, rather, the primordial darkness. A small smile formed on their face, as they hoped Issei was still within that monstrous form, playfully pointing at themselves with a cute, almost chibi-like expression. Kenneo found herself grappling with the inexplicable experiences she had undergone. Words failed to encapsulate the questions swirling in her mind. Currently, she was plummeting through what seemed to be an endless dark tunnel, reminiscent of the Backrooms franchise. How had she ended up in this predicament? How had everything gone awry? In truth, nothing had truly gone wrong, at least not in the conventional sense. Kenneo pondered her surroundings, questioning her location. As she continued to fall, time seemed to lose its meaning. Seconds, minutes, hours passed without her awareness. The last memory she held was of being with Issei Haidu, the boy who had rescued her from a dire situation, the one who had ventured into hell to bring her back. She had always felt safe in his presence, but there were moments when he seemed different. After revealing his true self at the marriage of Rius and Riser, he had transformed into someone entirely new. He was stronger, more intelligent, aggressive, and filled with an inexplicable hatred, particularly toward Rius, which baffled Kenneo. She knew Issei loved Rius, especially her physical attributes, yet now, doubts clouded her thoughts. Rius had also undergone a transformation. Kenneo, while not a genius, sensed that Rius had no connection to the color gold or electricity. Something deep within her suggested that Issei had stopped loving Rius for reasons she could not comprehend until she discovered that Destoroya, the primordial darkness, had taken control of him, holding him captive. How did she know all this? It was a perplexing question, as she had never encountered Destoroya or the primordial darkness before, yet she felt an undeniable awareness of it. As Kenneo continued her descent, she was suddenly met with a blinding white light, prompting her to shield her eyes in anticipation of the unknown. The light, however, was not her immediate concern, as she soon felt a jarring impact against her back, sufficient to cause soreness but not injury. Lying on what she believed to be solid ground, she kept her eyes closed until the light began to dim, allowing her to gradually open them. Despite a voice in her head warning her against it, curiosity propelled her to look. What she beheld left her utterly speechless. The sight before her was a colossal tree, larger than anything she had ever encountered, dwarfing her to the point where she felt she could be the size of a single leaf, even as an adult. As she approached the tree's roots, she sensed an unsettling presence, as if she were being watched by an unseen force. The leaves appeared strange, and upon closer inspection, they resembled universes. No, not just universes, but perhaps multiverses or even omniverse. The notion was absurd, yet it felt undeniably accurate. The roots of the tree bore signs of damage, and when Kenneo touched one, she recoiled as a sensation akin to her hand being erased on a subatomic level coursed through her. Confusion enveloped her as she contemplated the danger of the tree when a voice cautioned her against touching it. Turning toward the source, she was taken aback by the sight of a massive serpent, impressive in size, though not as grand as the tree itself. The serpent introduced itself as Naash, the guardian of the Tree of Knowledge, which was known to others as creation. Kenneo inquired about the tree's significance, and Naash explained that it was the source of all creation. He then asked her who she was and how she had arrived there. Kenneo, bewildered, questioned how Naash knew her identity. The serpent revealed that as the guardian, he had observed many omniverse being born and was the deity behind a place called the Wanderer's Library. Intrigued, Kenneo learned that the Wanderer's Library was a hub of knowledge encompassing every universe and dimension, containing every book that had ever been or would ever be written. The realization that such a repository of information existed thrilled her, as she knew her friends, like Kiba and Akino, would be fascinated by it. However, her attention was drawn back to the tree's roots, sensing the weight of the mysteries surrounding her. Kenneo found herself pondering the mysteries of her situation, particularly whether there was a way back home. Her curiosity was piqued, and she felt compelled to seek answers. She gestured toward a tree root, careful not to touch it, and inquired about its significance. Naash, the serpent, paused for a moment, seemingly contemplating the best way to articulate his thoughts. After a sigh, he began to explain that a war had once raged, one that nearly obliterated all of creation. Kenneo's heart sank as she listened, her mind racing with questions about the nature of this conflict. Naash revealed that the war was fought against a being of immense power, far surpassing anyone she had known, including Issei. The serpent emphasized that this entity was not merely strong but was a concept, an idea known as the Scarlet King, who sought the destruction of all creation. Kenneo felt a chill at the mention of the Scarlet King, recalling the legends she had heard. Naash noted the strangeness of her familiarity with the tales, as few across the Omniverse had ever heard of the Scarlet King or his offspring. He urged Kenneo to return to her world, but she hesitated, realizing that facing Issei in her current state would be perilous. She needed to grow stronger before confronting him. Kenneo expressed her longing to stay and find a way to save Issei from the primordial darkness. Naash, recognizing her determination, agreed to let her remain at the Tree of Knowledge and granted her access to the Wanderer's Library. Grateful, Kenneo felt a renewed sense of purpose. She resolved to become stronger, vowing not to give up until she could rescue Issei, even if it meant risking her own life. Initially, Kenneo struggled with her training, unsure of how to proceed. Naash, often asleep, offered little guidance. However, she theorized that time moved differently around the Tree of Knowledge, as her phone had not lost any charge since her arrival, and she felt no need for food or sleep. Despite this, she maintained her routines to preserve her sanity. Kenneo dedicated herself to honing her physical abilities and mastering her devil powers. She utilized the resources of the Tree of Knowledge to learn various martial arts, skills that would typically take years to acquire. Additionally, she explored the library, gaining insights into the powers she had long neglected, such as senjutsu and yujitsu. With her relentless training, she began to approach the strength of deities like Shiva and Aman. As time passed, Kenneo combined the martial arts techniques she had learned, creating her own unique styles infused with her powers. She lost track of how long she had been at the tree, but she noticed changes in her appearance, resembling an anime character more akin to an antagonist than a hero. Testing her newfound strength, she executed a series of punches, inadvertently destroying a mountain with her final blow. Surprised by her power, she hoped Naash had not noticed the damage, fearing his wrath. Feeling ready to return, Kenneo approached the slumbering Naash and called out to him. As he stirred, he sensed her significant power, acknowledging that she had become one of the strongest beings in her omniverse. However, Naash remained unfazed, as he was still the guardian of the Tree of Knowledge. Kenneo pointed out that he had been asleep for an extensive PRD, to which Naash nonchalantly replied that a few millennia was merely a brief rest for him. With determination, Kenneo affirmed her readiness to return home. Naash acknowledged her confidence and prepared to open the portal, signaling the next step in her journey. Kenneo felt a surge of curiosity when Naash posed a question that seemed significant. He asked her what would happen if she could not rescue Issei and if those she once knew and loved attempted to take him away from her. This question weighed heavily on her mind, as she had been contemplating the same thing during her training. A part of her feared that her efforts to help Issei were futile, that he was lost to the primordial darkness, and that no one would support her in her quest to save him. Despite these doubts, Kenneo refused to give up. She believed Issei was still inside, trapped and scared, and she was determined to save him. She resolved that no matter what others said, she would fight for him, even if it meant confronting anyone who stood in her way. Naash observed the fierce determination in Kenneo's eyes, recognizing her seriousness. He understood that she would eventually learn the harsh truth, that Issei might be gone for good. However, he did not want to shatter her hope. This was not his battle. He had greater concerns to address. With a sigh, Naash acknowledged Kenneo's resolve and opened a portal back to Earth. Kenneo expressed her gratitude, acknowledging that she could not have come this far without his assistance. Naash simply smiled, stating that he was fulfilling his duty to protect the Tree of Knowledge and those who resided within its branches. Kenneo hoped they would meet again, but Naash knew that would not be possible. With that, Kenneo stepped through the portal, returning to her world with the determination to end the darkness and save Issei. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, no longer in human form, faced the primordial darkness, who merely tilted his head and chuckled at the sight before him. Sun Wukong understood that the creature did not see him as a threat, but he was determined to change that perception. He spun his staff and prepared to demonstrate the power of the Monkey King. The primordial darkness dismissed him, taunting him about his supposed strength. Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed as he recalled the tales of Adam, the father of humanity, whom he had never met but had always wanted to challenge. Now, with Adam gone due to the primordial darkness, Sun Wukong felt a surge of anger. He was determined to make the creature pay for the destruction it had caused. With a fierce grip on his staff, Sun Wukong unleashed his power, appearing before the primordial darkness and launching him into the air before he could react. The creature, despite its confidence, was taken aback by Sun Wukong's speed and strength. Sun Wukong followed up with a powerful strike, sending the primordial darkness crashing through the moon, splitting it in half upon impact. As the primordial darkness landed on the moon, he rubbed his head, acknowledging that he had felt the blow but dismissed it as a mere annoyance. Sun Wukong, however, was undeterred and prepared to unleash more of his strength. The primordial darkness, with a grin and eyes glowing crimson, encouraged Sun Wukong to impress him. Back on Earth, other divine beings in Kuo watched the battle unfold. They saw the moon split and explosions erupting across its surface. Zeus commented on the situation, while others debated whether it was Sun Wukong or another entity causing the chaos. Buddha expressed confidence in Wukong's abilities, while Aman raised concerns about their own power against the primordial darkness. Odin sought to gather knowledge about their foe, recalling his previous encounters with the creature. He shared that the primordial darkness had changed since their last meeting, which left the group pondering their next steps. Thor, however, felt a growing excitement for the fight, eager to test his limits against such a formidable opponent. Meanwhile, Shiva quietly contemplated the unfolding events, aware of the challenges that lay ahead. There was no way they could confront a being of such immense power. It felt akin to knocking on death's door and inviting it to claim them all. The god of destruction understood that action was necessary, for the stakes were not just the lives of mortals, but those of other gods as well. Shiva had to consider his pantheon. The hopes and dreams of all 1,116 beings depended on him. They believed in him, and he could not let them down. He would not. With a heavy sigh, Shiva rose from the remnants of a shattered building, cracking his knuckles and stretching his arms, which drew the attention of his fellow deities. Odin inquired about Shiva's intentions, to which he responded that he was preparing to ascend to the battle above. Aman attempted to interject, recalling Buddha's words about Sun Wukong's capabilities, but Shiva dismissed the notion. He explained that the monster they faced was merely toying with them, capable of ending Wukong's life at any moment, but choosing instead to entertain itself with their futile efforts. Buddha looked at Shiva, and he turned to him, asking him to take care of his family and convey to the gods of India that their leader fought for dignity and honor. This declaration shocked everyone present. They feared that Shiva was about to make a reckless decision. Zeus urged him not to act foolishly, while another god echoed the sentiment, warning that he was heading toward certain death. Shiva merely chuckled, acknowledging the truth in their words. He then expressed that a true leader must be willing to risk his life to protect his people and ensure that their hopes and dreams endure. The words of the god of destruction left the other gods speechless. They had never heard such profound sentiments from Shiva before. They had always expected him to be arrogant or indifferent, yet he had surprised them all. Thor acknowledged Shiva's resolve, and Shiva affirmed his commitment to push himself beyond his limits in the fight ahead. Buddha, though resigned, accepted Shiva's decision, while Zeus humorously noted that Shiva's family would not be pleased with his choice. Shiva reassured them that they would understand his sacrifice. With a final acknowledgement of their concerns, Shiva summoned all his strength and leaped toward the moon, the ground shattering beneath him as he ascended. Zeus remarked on his departure, and the other gods prepared to follow suit, knowing that a monumental battle awaited them. Meanwhile, a castle loomed atop a vast mountain, overlooking a desolate wasteland. The sky was an impenetrable darkness, devoid of stars or moonlight, with the only illumination emanating from the castle itself. The air was eerily silent, and no wind dared to stir, creating an atmosphere of despair. The castle, seemingly untouched by time, contained endless corridors that twisted and turned for what felt like miles. At the end of one corridor stood a large wooden door adorned with symbols unknown to mankind. Beyond the door lay a grand throne room, featuring towering pillars and glass windows that gazed into the abyss. At the far end of the room sat an imposing throne, crafted from a dark metal that jutted into sharp spikes. Seated upon the throne was a figure that exuded an unsettling aura. Although the figure's body was obscured, 7 crimson-red eyes adorned its chest, and horns sprouted from its head like twisted branches. Above it floated a white crown embedded with 7 red gems. The figure remained motionless, shrouded in darkness, with only the faint flicker of torchlight illuminating the room. The door to the throne room swung open, and 2 figures entered. The door closed behind them as they approached the throne. The first figure was composed of a shadowy substance, with piercing white eyes, razor-sharp teeth, and claws. The second figure resembled a demonic creature, possessing light gray skin, a muscular build, and armor plating on its arms, legs, and chest. Its crimson-red eyes, spiky black hair, and long tail, ending in a sharp point, completed its fearsome appearance. The primordial darkness, a being of immense power, stood nearby, having just revealed that it had absorbed all but 52 worlds, leaving them in a precarious state. It reflected on the many names it had been called: monster, destroyer, abomination, and dismissed the hurtful comments as inconsequential. The primordial darkness had no concern for the opinions of others. It viewed them as mere remnants of a dying hope. The last 52 worlds were all that remained, but this would not last long. Soon, there would be nothing left, only an eternal void that would consume everything they held dear: hope, love, and happiness. The primordial darkness contemplated the futility of hope, declaring that it had long since faded from the omniverse. As it stood before Shiva, the god of destruction, and son Wukong, the Monkey King, it awaited their response, curious to see how they would react to the revelation of their grim fate. The primordial darkness was indifferent to the feelings of those who stood against it, for it was clear that they were destined to perish. Son Wukong, the Monkey King, assessed the situation and noted the odds, realizing they were not in their favor. Shiva, the god of destruction, felt a sense of annoyance as he prepared for battle, having not yet engaged the creature but already feeling the weight of the challenge ahead. He had made arrangements with Buddha to convey his love to his family, knowing that the confrontation could be his last. As Wukong reflected on his own family, he expressed regret for not being able to keep his promise to his children. He acknowledged that he might not return home, leaving them to fend for themselves for the time being. With a determined spirit, he and Shiva readied themselves for the impending clash. The Monkey King twirled his staff, feeling the heat radiate from it, signaling that it was primed for battle. Just as the tension built, the primordial darkness lunged at them, its claws poised to strike. Wukong swung his staff to intercept the attack, allowing Shiva to land a punch on the creature's face. However, the blow seemed ineffective as the monster's attention shifted toward Shiva. In a swift motion, The primordial darkness seized Shiva's face and began to slam him into the ground repeatedly. Wukong attempted to intervene, but the creature caught his staff with its other claw. The primordial darkness taunted them, mocking their efforts. In retaliation, it unleashed a second arm that struck Wukong in the gut, sending him reeling. As Wukong struggled to regain his footing, he noticed Shiva was no longer in sight. Suddenly, he felt a sharp impact to his chin and looked down to see Shiva's fist engulfed in flames. The god of destruction was determined to break free from the monster's grip, demanding to be released. The primordial darkness, however, found amusement in the struggle. Wukong, having recovered from the earlier blow, called out to Shiva, urging him to escape. He charged toward the creature, intent on freeing his ally. But it was too late. The primordial darkness had crushed Shiva's arm, prompting a cry of pain from the god of destruction. Despite the agony, Shiva retaliated with fiery punches that forced the creature to release him, allowing him to leap back and create distance. Blood dripped from Shiva's injured arm, and although the pain was intense, he knew they had more pressing matters to address. He reassured Wukong that he was fine, despite the severity of his injury. Wukong, incredulous, questioned how Shiva could consider himself fine when his arm was nearly severed. Shiva dismissed the concern, insisting he had endured worse and that they needed to focus on the battle ahead. The primordial darkness charged at them once more, prompting Wukong to summon clones of himself using his hair. The creature scoffed at the clones, confident in its superiority. Wukong, however, remained unfazed, reminding the monster of his capabilities. In a shocking display, the primordial darkness obliterated the clones with ease, leaving Wukong stunned at the sudden loss. Shiva stepped forward, drawing the attention of both Wukong and the primordial darkness. He declared that it was time to get serious, despite the creature's taunts about his injured arm. With a chuckle, Shiva revealed his true power, his eyes glowing as he began a dance that created multiple afterimages of himself. The primordial darkness recognized the dance, realizing that Shiva was about to unleash his full potential. With incredible speed, Shiva charged at the creature, delivering a flurry of punches that propelled the primordial darkness into the depths of space. Wukong watched in awe as Shiva executed the Tandava, a legendary war dance that had once united the Hindu tribes. He marveled at the display, wishing his children could witness such a powerful moment. As Shiva continued his assault, he struck the primordial darkness with enough force to send it crashing through a planet, obliterating it in the process. The creature retaliated with a powerful beam, but Shiva effortlessly dodged the attack. Wukong, however, witnessed the beam's destructive power as it tore through a distant planet, causing it to shatter into countless fragments. The primordial darkness laughed at their attempts to defeat it, revealing that the previous attack had done nothing to harm it. Shiva, frustrated, sought Wukong's advice for a new strategy. Wukong suggested using a technique taught to him by Buddha, known as Methra. With urgency, Shiva urged him to act quickly as the creature prepared to launch another assault. The primordial darkness unleashed a barrage of spikes toward them, but both Shiva and Wukong skillfully dodged the attack. Seizing the moment, Shiva charged forward once more, landing a powerful punch that sent the creature reeling back. The battle was far from over, but the determination of the two warriors shone brightly against the encroaching darkness. The battle raged on between Shiva, the god of destruction, and the primordial darkness. The air crackled with energy as both beings unleashed powerful beams toward one another. Shiva's determination was palpable, and he felt the surge of his divine power as his claws glowed with a purple aura. The primordial darkness taunted him, promising to wreak havoc not only on him but also on his family, which only fueled Shiva's anger. As the beams collided, the intensity of their clash grew, threatening to consume everything around them. Shiva's focus wavered as thoughts of his family crept into his mind, causing him to lose ground against his formidable opponent. The primordial darkness reveled in this, mocking Shiva's concern for his loved ones and promising to destroy them. Despite the pain coursing through him, Shiva refused to back down. He felt a fierce protective instinct rise within him, vowing to defend his family at all costs. With flames igniting from his arms, he charged forward, determined to strike the primordial darkness. However, the creature easily evaded his attack and retaliated, landing a devastating blow that sent Shiva crashing to the ground. Wukong, the Monkey King, watched in horror as his comrade fell, injured and bloodied. Despite the dire situation, Shiva remained resolute, insisting he was not finished fighting. Wukong urged him to retreat and recover, but Shiva was unwavering, recalling a promise he had made to his son long ago. In a flashback, the sun set over the horizon, casting a warm glow across the landscape. Shiva knelt beside his son, Ganesha, who was in tears. The god of destruction comforted his child, who had been ridiculed by others for being different. Shiva shared his own experiences of overcoming adversity, teaching Ganesha the importance of self-acceptance and resilience. He reassured his son of his love and support, emphasizing that he and his wife cherished him for who he was. As the memory faded, Shiva's resolve strengthened. He would not allow the primordial darkness to harm his family. With renewed determination, he prepared to face the monster once more, knowing that the fight was not just for himself but for those he loved. Shiva secured his two lower arms behind his back, ensuring his son remained in place. Standing tall, he offered Ganesha a view that, while not perfect, was certainly decent. With a playful spirit, Shiva expressed his excitement for their adventure together. Ganesha responded with enthusiasm, his joy evident as he cheered for the ride. As Shiva took off running at full speed, Ganesha laughed, exhilarated by the rush of wind against his face. The other gods of the Hindu pantheon, who were still present, observed their leader enjoying precious moments with his son, their hearts warmed by the evident bond between father and child. In a moment of reflection, Shiva made a silent vow to his son, promising that he would do everything in his power to ensure Ganesha would never know sorrow. He would fight to protect him, even if it meant sacrificing himself. As the memory faded, Shiva opened his eyes, their glow a fierce yellow. He reaffirmed his resolve to continue fighting, even in the face of overwhelming odds. With determination, he plunged his remaining arm into his chest, surprising son Wukong and the primordial darkness. The god of destruction, who had spoken so passionately about perseverance, now appeared to be taking a drastic step. The primordial darkness remarked on Shiva's apparent demise, but Shiva, despite the pain, managed to grin defiantly. He clarified that he was not ending his life but was instead attempting something new. As he focused his energy, Shiva squeezed his heart, forcing his heart rate to spike. His skin transformed to a deep crimson, and flames erupted from his body, shocking Wukong while the primordial darkness observed with crossed arms. Legends foretold that Shiva would one day dance the Tandava and bring destruction to the universe. However, they also spoke of his ability to use his ashes to recreate it. With the flames dissipating, Shiva revealed his most powerful form, known as Tandava Karma. He was ready to unleash his full potential in this battle. The atmosphere shifted as he prepared for an epic confrontation, feeling the weight of the moment. He was determined to ascend to a level never before reached, fully aware that an audience awaited his triumph. Shiva faced the primordial darkness with a confident smirk, ready to engage in a fierce battle. The air was thick with tension as Wukong and the primordial darkness watched, both taken aback by the intensity of Shiva's fiery aura. This transformation was a culmination of eons of built-up destruction, showcasing a power that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. In an instant, Shiva launched himself at the primordial darkness, landing a punch that sent shockwaves through the air. He followed up with a series of rapid kicks, propelling the darkness backward. Without hesitation, Shiva ignited his fist in flames and struck again, creating a massive shockwave that further propelled his opponent away. Wukong, astonished by Shiva's speed, struggled to comprehend the sheer velocity of the attack. As the battle intensified, Shiva continued to press the advantage, landing blow after blow. He leaped high into the air, grabbing the darkness and driving him into Jupiter. While the impact did not harm the primordial darkness significantly, it did cause some damage to the planet's surface. Shiva maintained his hold, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches with unwavering determination. Despite the pain he inflicted, the primordial darkness responded with sarcasm, feigning injury while acknowledging the strength of Shiva's spirit. Shiva, undeterred, continued to fight with all his might, determined to prove that he would not be easily defeated. The battle raged on, each moment filled with the promise of destruction and the hope of victory. The monster seized Shiva's fist and smirked at the god of destruction, taunting him with a challenge. Shiva narrowed his eyes as the primordial darkness swung a punch, but he deftly evaded it, using the momentum to leap behind his opponent and launch him a considerable distance in mere seconds. As he regained his footing, Shiva narrowly dodged a follow-up attack, feeling a sharp sting on his cheek as the blow obliterated multiple planets in its wake. The primordial darkness cursed his missed opportunity, while Shiva reflected on the close call that could have cost him his life. Despite the chaos surrounding him, Shiva grappled with his purpose. He had no obligation to save anyone, as many would only see him as a destroyer rather than a hero. Known for his ability to annihilate worlds, he had come too far to turn back now. He understood that his actions could lead to his own demise, but he was resolute in doing what was right, honoring the wishes of his wives and son. Though his death might bring sorrow to them, he believed they would eventually comprehend that his sacrifice could ensure the survival of all in the Omniverse. With determination, Shiva clenched his remaining hand into a fist, his eyes glowing bright yellow. It was time to engage in battle without hesitation. He challenged the primordial darkness to escalate their conflict, and the monster responded in kind, preparing for a fierce confrontation. As they charged at each other, their fists collided with tremendous force, creating shockwaves that reverberated throughout the universe. Despite the intensity of their clash, Shiva found himself at a disadvantage, suffering damage due to his single arm. Undeterred by the pain, Shiva pressed on, channeling his inner strength. The flames surrounding him intensified as he launched the primordial darkness into the air, then summoned a planet from thin air to slam it down upon his foe. While the attack failed to inflict significant damage, it did provoke the primordial darkness. In retaliation, the monster seized Shiva by the throat, and in an instant, they vanished from Sun Wukong's view, appearing outside their universe where they began to hurl planets at each other, obliterating them in an instant. Wukong, witnessing the devastation, gritted his teeth, knowing he needed to reach Nirvana soon. The primordial darkness attempted to crush Shiva with another planet, but Shiva countered with a swift knee to the jaw, expressing his frustration with the monster's arrogance. Angered, the primordial darkness retaliated, slashing at Shiva's face and leaving a painful mark. The monster proclaimed that this was where Shiva's story would end. Shiva growled, refusing to succumb to defeat. He attempted to kick the primordial darkness, but the monster caught his leg and hurled him away. Regaining his footing, Shiva realized he had only a minute left to turn the tide of battle. His arm, already battered, finally fell away, consumed by the flames of his power. He understood that he had to act decisively. He could not allow himself to perish here. With unwavering resolve, Shiva extended his hand, summoning a spear known as Trishula. This was no ordinary weapon. It carried deep symbolism and significance, representing various trinities such as creation, preservation, and destruction. As he prepared for the final confrontation, the primordial darkness questioned whether he should feel intimidated by the spear. Shiva, with a smirk, assured him that he would soon understand the weapon's true power. With flames intensifying around him, Shiva charged at the primordial darkness, who swung a fist to counter the spear. The collision turned the monster's hand to ashes, forcing him to leap back in surprise. The primordial darkness clenched his fist, astonished by the unexpected turn of events. The battle was far from over, and both combatants were prepared to unleash their full potential in this epic clash. A sense of unease permeated the air as the primordial darkness narrowed his eyes, feeling that the 0 point was somehow behind the recent attack. It seemed impossible that Shiva could have inflicted any damage on him alone. The primordial darkness felt a surge of irritation, convinced that this so-called Asserting was meddling in his plans. As Shiva charged forward, the monster swiftly extended his hand and seized the god of destruction by the throat. Struggling to escape, Shiva found himself forced to drop his weapon, realizing the futility of his actions. The primordial darkness had no need for such tools. His claws could obliterate entire universes with a single strike. With a malicious grin, the primordial darkness prepared to end Shiva's existence. In that moment, Shiva accepted his fate, closing his eyes and resigning himself to the inevitable. He felt a wave of sorrow for his loved ones, silently apologizing to Parvati, Kali, Durga, and Ganesha for his failure. Shiva had pushed himself to his limits, knowing that if he survived this encounter, he would likely perish from the strain of using his true form for the first time. The primordial darkness, reveling in his power, was ready to deliver the final blow when a voice interrupted the confrontation. The 0 Point appeared, addressing Shiva with a calm demeanor, acknowledging his efforts in battle. With a snap of his fingers, he transported Shiva to safety, ensuring he would be reunited with the other gods. He then turned his attention to Wukong, assuring him that his children were safe and sending him to join them. The 0 Point faced the primordial darkness, declaring that their conflict was now personal. The primordial darkness seethed with rage, demanding that the 0 Point refrain from using terms of endearment. He expressed his disdain for the idea of starting anew and creating a child together, vehemently rejecting any notion of partnership. The 0 Point, seemingly oblivious to the depth of the primordial darkness's anger, questioned what he had done to deserve such hostility. This only fueled the primordial darkness's fury, leading him to unleash a torrent of accusations. He blamed the 0 Point for his suffering, for being favored while he had been left broken and alone. In a fit of rage, the primordial darkness crushed a nearby universe, declaring that he had never asked to be created or to share his domain. He was tired of watching over the creations of the 0 Point for eternity. The tension between them escalated, with the primordial darkness vowing to end their rivalry once and for all. Despite the escalating conflict, the 0 Point expressed remorse, realizing that he had no choice but to confront his brother. The atmosphere was charged with impending violence as they prepared to engage in a battle that would shake the very foundations of the Omniverse. Meanwhile, in the abandoned town of Kuo, an unsettling stillness hung in the air. The streets, once vibrant, lay in ruins, littered with debris and remnants of a violent past. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the faintest sounds of decay. Buildings bore the scars of destruction, and the stench of death mingled with the acrid smell of smoke. In this desolate landscape, Kenneo sat in boredom, having returned from a lengthy training session. Despite her efforts with the Guardian of the Tree of Knowledge, she remained grounded, unable to escape the confines of her current reality. She lamented the potential ruin of her plans, feeling trapped in the aftermath of chaos. Suddenly, the ground trembled, drawing her attention. Looking up, she witnessed the fierce clash between the primordial darkness and the 0 Point. Surprised by her ability to see the confrontation, she speculated whether it was a gift from the Tree of Knowledge or knowledge gained from the library. Observing the primordial darkness's fury, she wondered what had transpired to ignite such hatred. Though intrigued, Kenneo knew she could not approach the battle without risking her life. Instead, she remained a silent observer, contemplating the unfolding events that would shape the fate of the Omniverse. She sensed that she might not have to wait long, as they could return or a familiar figure might appear. Meanwhile, the two powerful beings were locked in intense combat. The primordial darkness fought with unrestrained fury, while the 0 Point sought to end the battle without inflicting harm. The 0 Point did not wish to kill his beloved. He had created the Omniverse as a testament to his affection for the darkness, yet this was the response he received. He pleaded with his beloved to stop, but the darkness responded with anger. In a fit of rage, the darkness swung his claws, narrowly missing the 0 Point, who dodged just in time. The aftermath of the attack reverberated throughout the Omniverse, resulting in the destruction of numerous worlds and countless lives lost. The 0 Point felt the weight of the cries and screams of those affected. The very essence of the Omniverse seemed to weep in agony. He implored the darkness to recognize the pain he was causing to their creation, but the darkness only grinned, reveling in the suffering. With a swift motion, the darkness hurled the 0 Point across the Omniverse, obliterating several universes in the process. As he approached his brother, claws poised for another strike, he taunted the 0 point about their shared past and the indifference of the nothing, who had seemingly used them as pawns in a greater game. The 0 point, despite being a being of immense power, did not wish to harm his beloved. He sought a resolution that did not involve violence. Yet, the darkness's relentless aggression forced him to defend himself. The primordial darkness accused the 0 point of being naive, asserting that they were merely fragments of a higher being's imagination, mere pieces in a grand design. As the battle escalated, the very fabric of the omniverse trembled with each clash between the two forces. The 0 points strikes BRD new universes filled with hope and potential, while the darkness's blows left trails of devastation and despair. This cycle of creation and destruction continued, a relentless dance of opposing forces. The primordial darkness displayed an unwavering determination to overpower the 0 point, showing no mercy in its pursuit of Dems. As the battle raged on, the 0 point began to falter, realizing it had never faced an adversary of such skill and cunning. Despite its immense power, it struggled against the darkness's tactical prowess. The primordial darkness mocked the 0 point, questioning its strength and resolve. Just as it prepared to deliver a final blow, a new presence interrupted the confrontation. Kenneo, a mortal, appeared before them, unfazed by the chaos surrounding her. Her sole focus was to retrieve her beloved senpai, Issei. The primordial darkness, taken aback by her audacity, dismissed her with disdain, but Kenneo remained resolute. She repeated her demand to let her senpai go, growing increasingly irritating to the darkness. Despite the temptation to attack her, the darkness paused, contemplating a new idea. Kenneo stood in confusion, her eyes wide as she sensed the tension in the air. The primordial darkness, a being of immense power, grinned at her, fully aware of his intentions. The 0 point, concerned for Kenneo's safety, urged her not to engage, insisting that she was not part of their battle. The primordial darkness merely chuckled at his brother's plea, dismissing it with a wave of his hand. With a smirk, he taunted Kenneo, declaring that the boy she loved was gone. However, Kenneo remained resolute, her expression shifting to one of determination. She firmly stated that Issei was not lost and that she believed he was still alive. The primordial darkness scoffed at her desperation, mocking her for clinging to hope for someone he deemed irretrievable. Frustrated by Kenneo's insistence, the primordial darkness decided to take action, raising a claw to strike her down. Yet, before he could land a blow, a brilliant explosion of light erupted from behind him, momentarily blinding everyone present. The source of the light was revealed to be a supernova, thrown by Rius, who had merged with the god of the void. She declared her newfound power, claiming dominion over the infinite nothingness of the omniverse. The primordial darkness seethed with rage at her audacity, feeling his territory was being challenged. Kenneo seized the moment to approach the 0 point, expressing her longing to rescue Issei. Rius echoed her sentiment, urging that they must bring him back. The 0 point, caught off guard by Rius's sudden shift in allegiance, questioned her motives, recalling that her earlier actions had sparked the conflict. The primordial darkness, sensing the tension, taunted his brother, claiming responsibility for the chaos that had unfolded. He reveled in the realization that he had manipulated Rius into her earlier declarations about Issei. The shock of this revelation struck both Kenneo and Rius, leaving them momentarily speechless. The primordial darkness's laughter echoed ominously as he reveled in his role as the puppet emissary, admitting to orchestrating the events that led to their current predicament. Rius was overwhelmed by guilt, realizing that her cruel words had been influenced by the very being they now faced. The weight of her actions pressed heavily on her conscience, igniting a fierce anger within her. As she confronted the primordial darkness, she struggled to contain her rage, her powers flaring in response to the revelation of his manipulations. With newfound determination, Rius vowed to confront the primordial darkness, her eyes glowing with a fierce golden light. The primordial darkness, unfazed, invited her to test her luck against him, fully aware of the chaos he had sown. As the tension in the air thickened, The three powerful beings stood ready to face their adversary, each grappling with their own emotions and the weight of their decisions. The stage was set for a confrontation that would determine the fate of the Omniverse, and the final tale of their intertwined destinies was about to unfold. The 0 Point shared a profound connection with the primordial darkness, one that was filled with love and care, despite the hatred and animosity they often encountered. Kenneo felt a deep longing to save a loved one who may have been lost to her long ago. The weight of this burden was evident on her face as she struggled to contain the fear and desperation that threatened to overwhelm her. Rius was grappling with the realization that she had been under the influence of a dark god for some time. Even before her transformation into a being aligned with the god of the void, she had sensed an inexplicable force driving her toward actions and behaviors she did not fully comprehend. As the pieces of this puzzle fell into place, she experienced a surge of betrayal and anger toward the powerful entity that had manipulated her so effectively. Despite their different motivations, the three beings stood united in their determination to defeat the primordial darkness. They understood that the battle ahead would be long and arduous, with the outcome uncertain. However, they also recognized that they had each other, and together they might stand a fighting chance against the evil threatening to consume them all. The primordial darkness taunted them, questioning their belief in their ability to defeat him. Rius responded with determination, asserting that while they knew they might not stop him, they would still try. The 0 Point sighed, expressing his regret and longing to make things right. Kenneo, however, pointed out that it was too late for that, indicating that he had no choice but to fight. The 0 Point gazed at his beloved and his brother, reflecting on their existence as two sides of a coin, one representing light and the other darkness. One was a force for good, while the other was a surge of evil. One brought life, and the other only death. They were not merely two halves of the same being, as some might suggest, they were distinct entities. Kenneo caught Rius's attention, prompting her to inquire how Kenneo had arrived in their current location. Rius noted that she had merged with the god of the void, but Kenneo's presence was a mystery. Kenneo giggled and playfully kept her secret, teasing Rius about her experience. She mentioned having met a snake, which piqued the primordial darkness's interest. He questioned whether she was referring to the guardian of the Tree of Knowledge, expressing disbelief that a mortal could access such a place. The primordial darkness confirmed that the Tree of Knowledge sustained all creation within the Omniverse, revealing that their realm was merely a leaf compared to the entire tree. Rius struggled to comprehend this revelation, suspecting it was another one of the darkness's tricks. However, Kenneo affirmed the truth of his words, sharing that she had seen many Omniverse and that the tree appeared to be in pain. This admission caused the primordial darkness to chuckle, which only fueled Rius's anger. She demanded to know what he had done, and he casually mentioned that while he could not harm the tree himself, his children could rot its roots. The 0 Point stepped forward, recalling that the primordial darkness had previously claimed to be insignificant compared to a greater power. The darkness acknowledged this, revealing that the being he referred to was known as the Scarlet King. The mention of the Scarlet King sent shivers down the spines of both the 0 Point and Rius, creating an atmosphere of fear and dread. Despite being the creator of the Omniverse, the 0 Point had never heard of this entity, leading him to wonder if it was a primordial being akin to the Nothing. Kenneo attempted to explain that the Scarlet King was not a deity but something else entirely. Before she could elaborate, the primordial darkness interrupted, expressing impatience for their conversation and revealing his intent to destroy the Omniverse. Kenneo, feeling disrespected, emanated an aura of pure bloodlust, catching the primordial darkness off guard. She declared that no one had the right to interrupt her. In a sudden display of power, Kenneo materialized in front of the primordial darkness and delivered a devastating blow to his face. The impact sent him hurtling backward across the vast expanse of the Omniverse, eliciting a roar of anger from him as he landed far away. Kenneo stood her ground, showcasing her incredible strength and skill, leaving Rius and the 0 Point in awe. They had never witnessed such power and precision in their comrades' attacks, prompting Rius to wonder about the rigorous training Kenneo must have undergone to achieve such a remarkable level of strength. Regardless, one thing was certain: Kenneo had proven herself to be an invaluable asset that might give them the edge in this battle. Rius was astonished by Kenneo's prowess and admired her cat-like stance. Kenneo had been angry, but her focus was now on the fight ahead. The primordial darkness appeared before her, attempting to attack, but Kenneo skillfully dodged and countered with a powerful slap of her tail, sending him crashing into a distant planet. She taunted him, noting his slowness. The primordial darkness growled in frustration, determined not to be bested by a white-haired girl who trained with a snake. He declared that Kenneo had yet to see his true speed. Upon hearing this, Kenneo assumed a battle stance and called for Rius and the 0 Point to join her. Rius quickly ascended into the air, golden electricity dancing around her hands as she launched a beam at the primordial darkness. He absorbed the attack with ease, laughing as he appeared before Rius, ready to strike. Just in time, she activated her intangibility, evading his claws. Rius retaliated with a kick to his face, her eyes glowing as she manipulated gravity to send the monster crashing toward Kenneo. Kenneo unleashed a flurry of punches, her determination evident. The primordial darkness managed to grab her fists and headbutt her, blocking a kick from Rius before slamming her down with immense force. He was about to deliver a fatal blow to Rius when he was suddenly struck in the face by the 0 Point, causing him to release her. Despite the attack, the primordial darkness merely chuckled, taunting his opponents. The 0 Point expressed regret for his actions, feeling conflicted about fighting against someone he cared for. Rius urged him to recognize the urgency of their situation, emphasizing that their creation was in pain and needed help. As Rius's words resonated within him, the 0 Point realized he had been neglecting his responsibility as a creator. The anguished cries of his child echoed in his mind, filling him with guilt for his previous selfishness. He understood that he needed to act quickly to alleviate the suffering of his creation. With renewed determination, he focused on his child, ready to do whatever was necessary to ease its pain. He acknowledged the primordial darkness, who was seething with anger and frustration. The 0 Point expressed his intention to do what was best for their child, despite the primordial darkness's furious objections. In a fit of rage, the primordial darkness attacked, but Kenneo intervened, striking him and sending him reeling. Kenneo checked on the 0 Point, who nodded in response, his focus returning. The primordial darkness, increasingly agitated, was met with Rius's surprise attack from behind, her arm enveloped in golden lightning as she struck him, sending waves of electricity coursing through his body. He roared in fury, attempting to retaliate, but Rius activated her intangibility once more, evading his attack with ease. Rius taunted him, provoking his anger further. The primordial darkness, now more furious than ever, unleashed a torrent of dark swords that rained down upon Rius. She struggled to evade them, feeling as though she were experiencing death repeatedly. Just as despair began to set in, the 0 Point's brother appeared, placing a protective shield around Rius that blocked the onslaught of swords. Kenneo seized the moment, pouncing on the primordial darkness and confusing him with her agility. A red aura enveloped her, transforming her into a formidable force as she launched an attack. The primordial darkness attempted to shatter her assault, but Kenneo's fierce determination was evident in her eyes, signaling a change within her. She confronted him, asserting her strength and determination. As their battle escalated, Kenneo unleashed a powerful energy blast that resulted in a massive explosion. The primordial darkness, unfazed, taunted her, claiming to know more about her family than she realized. This revelation struck a nerve, causing Kenneo to pause in shock. The primordial darkness revealed that before his reincarnation into Issei, he had been Kenneo's sister's emissary. This revelation sent Kenneo's mind racing back to a time long before she had become Rius Gremory's Rook, leaving her grappling with the implications of his words. In a time long past, Kenneo and her sister had served a cruel emissary, a man whose SDSM knew no bounds. He had subjected them to unimaginable horrors, experiences that remained hidden even from the 4 great Satans. The memories of that torment still haunted Kenneo, sending shivers down her spine as she recalled the pain inflicted by that monster. Eventually, her sister had taken matters into her own hands, ending their MSDR's life and paving the way for their transformation into stray devils. Despite finding a new home with Rius, Kenneo could not escape the shadows of her past. As the primordial darkness spoke, a wave of fear and anger surged within her. She sensed that this was a manipulation, a ploy to invade her mind and exploit her emotions. Yet, the memories were too vivid, too painful, making it difficult for her to maintain her composure. Her heart raced as she fought to keep her emotions in check, determined not to let the primordial darkness gain the upper hand. At her side, the 0 Point and Rius observed her closely, aware that this moment was pivotal. If Kenneo succumbed to her fear and anger, it could lead to disaster for them all. However, if she could remain strong and resist the manipulation, they might stand a chance against the primordial darkness. The primordial darkness appeared before Kenneo, seizing her face and revealing memories of his past incarnations, including the visage of her former ensues. Kenneo's eyes widened in terror, recognizing the man who had tormented her before Rius had rescued her. Rius, alarmed, called out to Kenneo, summoning golden electricity and directing it at the primordial darkness, demanding he release her. The monster evaded the attack with ease, a smirk playing on his lips as he continued his psychological assault on Kenneo. Rius, desperate to help, urged Kenneo to focus, insisting that none of it was real and that it was merely a trick. The primordial darkness taunted them, claiming he was not lying, while the 0 Point questioned the cruelty of his actions. The primordial darkness retorted, recalling the torment he had endured at the hands of his so-called brother. As Kenneo cried, Rius embraced her tightly, surprising her with the warmth of support. Rius reassured Kenneo that she was no longer the girl she once was. She had grown powerful. Kenneo hesitated, voicing her fears about Issei possibly being trapped within the primordial darkness. Rius countered that even if Issei's soul was present, they could extract it, ensuring his return. The primordial darkness scoffed at their optimism, mocking their belief in Issei's survival. Rius, fueled by determination, declared it was time to silence him. The darkness welcomed the challenge, provoking Rius to attack. As she charged, Rius transformed, sprouting 2 dragon serpent heads from her back that ensnared the primordial darkness's arms. She struck at him, unleashing a powerful wave of thunder that coursed through his body, eliciting a furious roar from the monster. Despite the chaos, Rius playfully taunted the primordial darkness, igniting his rage further. In response, he unleashed a terrifying display of power, summoning 50 arms and merging 50 universes into one. The 0 Point, realizing the impending danger, summoned a barrier to protect himself, Rius, and Kenneo as the attack erupted in a blinding explosion reminiscent of a Big Bang. The primordial darkness reveled in his perceived victory, convinced that his overwhelming power had obliterated his enemies. To his astonishment, Rius and Kenneo stood unharmed, clinging to each other, while the 0 Point appeared weary but alive. This unexpected resilience ignited a furious determination within the primordial darkness, who could not fathom that they had survived such a cataclysmic event. Frustrated by their endurance, he contemplated the extent of power he would need to exert to finally vanquish them. The thought of having to push himself further filled him with revulsion. He had come too far to be defeated by anyone. Rius, noticing the 0 Point's fatigue, expressed concern for his well-being. He acknowledged the grim reality that they might not be able to defeat the primordial darkness. Despite their dire situation, Rius insisted they must continue fighting, driven by the need to save Issei. The 0 Point, however, recognized the gravity of their predicament and urged the 2 girls to flee. He declared that they were all that remained of their omniverse and could not afford to perish in this battle. With a heavy heart, he resolved to use his remaining power to send them back to safety, away from the clutches of the primordial darkness. Kenneo protested, worried about his fate, but the urgency of the moment demanded swift action. The urgency of the situation was palpable as the 0 Point expressed his resignation, acknowledging the inevitability of his fate. Rius, filled with determination, urged him not to give up. The 0 Point managed a faint chuckle, revealing a glimmer of hope amidst despair. He turned to his companions, offering a smile as he requested that they allow him to finally take a stand for the greater good. Despite their reluctance, Kenneo and Rius understood that convincing him otherwise would be futile, so they nodded in agreement. As the 0 point began to glow with an intense energy, the brilliance of his aura illuminated the surroundings, capturing the attention of all present. The light was so overwhelming that even the primordial darkness had to shield its eyes. In a swift motion, a portal opened behind Kenneo and Rius. Before they could comprehend what was happening, the creator of the Omniverse pushed them through, ensuring their safety from the encroaching darkness. The portal closed behind them, leaving the two girls separated from the chaos, while the creator understood the grave danger they faced if they remained. The 0 point turned to face his brother, acknowledging the gravity of their confrontation. He readied himself for battle, declaring that it was time to end the conflict. The primordial darkness responded with a sinister chuckle, agreeing to the finality of their clash. Just as the 0 point began to assert his resolve, he was struck with a sudden, sharp pain in his chest. Blood escaped his lips as the primordial darkness, having teleported in front of him, drove a claw through his chest. The darkness reveled in the moment, declaring that this was where the 0 point would meet his end. In shock, the 0 point felt the life draining from him. One moment he was engulfed in heat, and the next he was freezing cold. His vision blurred as he struggled to remain conscious. He accepted his fate, offering a final message to his beloved brother, urging him to find happiness in his absence and to stay away from their brother. With a swift and brutal motion, the primordial darkness severed the 0 point's head from his body, watching as his form disintegrated into particles. A wicked grin spread across the darkness's face, reveling in the absence of any opposition. The Omniverse was now his, and his long-sought goal had been achieved after countless eons of struggle and reincarnation. The primordial darkness chuckled to himself, satisfied with his victory, but he knew there was still one more adversary to eliminate. With a sinister grin, he set his sights on Issei, preparing to crush the last remaining fool who dared to stand in his way. Meanwhile, in a dark abyss, a young man with long dark brown hair found himself submerged in water, descending deeper into the void. The coldness enveloped him as he closed his eyes, trying to escape the haunting echoes of his past. The cries of a child filled his mind, repeating the word, "Daddy," over and over, intensifying his feelings of guilt and sorrow. As he sank deeper, the light above him faded, and he felt the darkness tightening its grip. He tried to drown out the voices, but the memories were relentless, causing tears to merge with the water around him. He whispered apologies, acknowledging his failures, but the darkness continued to pull him down. The lights above dwindled, and as he descended further, he accepted his fate, closing his eyes in resignation. Just as he succumbed to the darkness, the blaring sound of an alarm jolted him awake. He gasped for air, sitting up in bed, drenched in sweat. The throbbing pain in his head reminded him of the recurring nightmare that had plagued him for months. With a heavy sigh, he buried his face in his hands, feeling the weight of his troubled dreams. The alarm clock read 3 p.m., marking yet another day filled with uncertainty and dread. As the young man glanced at the time, he sighed and reached for a syringe containing a green substance from a drawer in his bedside table. He did not respond to the voice that warned him about the dangers of the substance. Instead, he sat on the edge of his bed, focusing on his left arm as he injected the strange liquid. Almost immediately, his brown eyes shifted to a bright green, but this transformation lasted only a few seconds before reverting back to their original color. He grunted in frustration, tossing the syringe aside, where it landed among a pile of others, indicating that he had been using the substance for some time. A voice expressed concern, urging him to reconsider his choices, but he dismissed the warning, indifferent to the consequences. The voice pressed on, emphasizing the danger he was putting himself in, but he remained unfazed and asked if anything had happened while he was asleep. When he turned his head, he noticed a translucent figure resembling a woman. This ethereal being, named Liara, paused momentarily, letting out a small sigh as several screens appeared beside her. They displayed images of the primordial darkness, his battle with his brother, the destruction of the Omniverse, and his final call to action. Liara informed him that the primordial darkness had been busy, having decimated the omniverse, yet they were still present. Isaac absorbed the information in silence, standing up from his bed and cracking his neck. He acknowledged the grim reality that more and more omniverse were being destroyed by their respective destroyers. Liara continued, revealing that several omniverse were currently in a realm beyond their reach, while others were located at the very center of creation itself. Isaac took a moment to reflect, his thoughts drifting to his own identity. He was Isaac Emile, a name that meant one who hopes. However, he felt that hope was slipping away after a traumatic incident that had left a deep scar on him. The year was 2099, and technology had advanced to unimaginable levels. The world had transformed dramatically, now inhabited by not only humans but also various beings, devils, angels, fallen angels, yokai, dragons, gods, vampires, and many others, living in harmony. This peace was largely due to the legendary hero, the Red Dragon Emperor, Issei, known as the Hrm King. Isaac had idolized Issei, who had inspired many to unite during a time of great strife. If Issei could see the world now, he would surely be amazed by its beauty. Isaac turned his gaze to the window, admiring the advanced and picturesque town of Kuo before looking back at Liara. He inquired if the device was ready. Liara, slightly annoyed, corrected him, insisting that it was not a gizmo but the gate to many omniverse. He rolled his eyes and approached his closet, entering a 6-digit code on a keypad. The closet transformed into an elevator, and as the doors closed, Isaac descended into darkness, passing through dirt and rocks before encountering lava. Eventually, the elevator stopped, and the doors opened to reveal a vast hidden lair, far more impressive than any superhero hideout. Isaac requested his armor and the device, prompting an exasperated response from Liara, who had been created to assist him. Despite her annoyance at his playful nicknames for her inventions, she was dedicated to helping him. She considered the possibility of leaving him to fend for himself in an alternate world but quickly dismissed the thought, knowing she could never abandon him. Liara asked which version of the armor he wanted, and Isaac smirked, directing her attention to a capsule in the center of the room. As she realized what he intended to do, her excitement grew. He confirmed that he would be trying her newest model, the mark. As the capsule opened, a blue substance began to envelop his arm. Liara watched with anticipation, proud of her creation. The Mark 2099 suit, a combination of nanotech and unstable molecules, promised to enhance Isaac's abilities, making him faster, stronger, and more durable. When the suit was fully formed, Isaac turned to show it off. The sleek, form-fitting design featured a predominantly blue color scheme with striking red accents and a distinctive black web pattern. He wore a full head mask with large white eyes, equipped with advanced vision capabilities. The transformation marked a new chapter in his journey, one filled with challenges and the hope of confronting the darkness that threatened the omniverse. The suit featured a striking red emblem on the chest, showcasing a futuristic design. Isaac admired the craftsmanship, acknowledging the effort that had gone into creating it. Liara, filled with pride, confirmed that she had indeed outdone herself. With a snap of her fingers, a pedestal emerged from the ground, revealing a watch-like device resting atop it. Isaac picked up the device, questioning its reliability. Liara assured him that it would work, though she admitted she had not been able to test it thoroughly due to their longing for secrecy. Isaac carefully placed the device on his right arm, adjusting it to ensure a secure fit. He was acutely aware of the risks involved. The last thing he wanted was to be trapped in an unfamiliar world without a way back. He inquired if there were any additional concerns he should consider. Liara shrugged, expressing her uncertainty about the device since she had never properly tested it. She mentioned that he could be the first person to make an autonomous omniverse jump, but her tone hinted at the potential dangers involved. Isaac reassured her that he would be fine, confident that if the device functioned as intended, everything would go smoothly. When asked where he wanted to go first, he fell silent, prompting Liara to realize his destination. She sighed, urging him to choose a different place, but Isaac insisted on returning to a location that had nearly cost him his life during his last visit. Liara, concerned for her friend, struggled to understand his determination to return to such a perilous place. Despite her worries, she ultimately relented, placing her hand on her face in resignation. With a small sigh, she agreed to one last journey. Isaac smiled beneath his mask, grateful for her support and understanding. The chapter concluded, leaving the fate of their adventure hanging in the balance.